All right, we're being live streamed. And that was identified as Commission Exhibit 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well. I was trying to do a search and I kept coming up with Sierra Club Exhibit 2.
If you search for something like commission exhibit, you'll probably find it.
Okay. Wonder why Anna is green. Gonna have to work on the Dropbox and
Judge, will I be able to get a hold of you over the weekend if I need to?
absolutely. Absolutely.
You'll
And
be
if you don't,
you'll be answering your or checking your email.
I will.
Thank you.
I will. I'm gonna try to review everything and see whether or not we're going to be able to pick things up.
All right.
You know, to try to speed our timing up. It's a little more complicated when you're trying to coordinate with 3 other people. And again, you heard Mr. Lee that we're not going to start until 11 on Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
So I can only think in the procedural order of our case that potentially we'll just be dealing with intervener and staff witnesses for a few days next week.
Okie doke. Judge, I'm just going to use the restroom, get some more coffee, and I'll be ready to go.
All right, sir. I really appreciate you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Judge.
Who is this in the background there in our picture?
The picture?
Yeah, the catcher.
I believe, I can't think of his name, but I want you to know something. You may or may not remember that I worked in federal court for 25 years.
Yes.
That picture back there was drawn with a pencil from a picture that big. Oh, Carlton Fisk is the catcher. It was drawn by a colleague of mine. His name is David German. He's a federal court reporter in Phoenix. And I was very impressed with the scale and how he scaled it up just by sight to draw that big picture from a picture that big. And I said to him without thinking, because I do that a lot, you've probably figured that out by now, but I said, boy, I can't believe Sports Illustrated gave you the copy or allowed you to make that picture, even though they have their pictures copyrighted. And he blanched noticeably. He showed that picture to me and a federal judge, and I don't think he's shown it to anybody else, just in case.
Uh-oh. Well, you know we're being live streamed.
Well, the cat's out of the bag now.
Oh, that's it looks like a photograph.
No, it's actually drawn by pencil.
Wow, that's awesome. Perhaps in my next life, Mr. Lee, I'll have, some kind of artistic talent. I draw stick figures.
You and me both.
I'm pretty good, in this New Mexico dirt, which is really hard to dig in. I don't know if you've had an occasion since you've moved here to plant anything or dig in the New Mexico dirt. But out where I live, a lot of it is caliche and very difficult. But I'm pretty determined and can steadfastly commit myself to digging holes.
My wife has a full-on tropical garden in the backyard, so we've done a lot of digging.
Okay. Well, I can tell you it's not like the Midwest.
That is the case.
All right, sir. I will see you in 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. For parties that are on, let me know if we're going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with this morning. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning, hearing examiner.
Happy Friday.
Good
I'm
morning.
happy.
The only
Happiness.
procedural matter I had was the
Oh, there
stipulation
you
of
go.
the stipulation of the testimony of the waived
Okay.
witnesses.
All right. That sounds like a plan. We're winnowing down, and I guess potentially might complete the SPS presentation today.
Madam Hearing Examiner, yes, this is Ron Moss. Yesterday you had said that you would probably waive Mark Lytle and Adam Dietenberger, and I just wanted to check in to make sure that we were, because we don't have Mr. Lytle ready to go next. We have Mr. Lau ready to go next, so I just wanted to make sure that we were still on the same page with respect to that.
I am still on the same page, and subject to any information I might get before 9 o'clock. That would be my intent, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Moss, will it be you or Ms. Hardy that is presenting Mr. Lau?
I will be presenting him, Your
Okay.
Honor.
All right. Please remind me that we need to have him identify his contribution to the bench request.
Yes, we have, it's Commission Exhibit 5 is my understanding. He sponsored the first answer. We are going to have him to verify that right after we move his testimony into admission.
Okay, very well.
Into evidence, rather.
Okay. Good morning to people who have just joined. Doesn't sound like we really have any procedural issues. You have one, Ms. Drake?
Yes, ma'am. I just have a question, and I guess this is more for SPS. We're wondering when they're going to be filing these bench request response supplement under bench request 1-4.
Okay, we can talk about that when we go on the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. If anyone has any procedural matter that we need to deal with before we begin our evidentiary presentation?
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Drake.
good morning. I was just wondering, I had a question regarding when SPS was likely to file its supplemental response on bench request 1-4.
Right. I already noted that, and when we're going to go on the
Okay.
record, then I will address that.
Great,
Okay.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Hearing examiner,
Ms. Lynch.
thank you. There's some background noise. I apologize for that. Brendan Botts, who testified to the energy affordability program,
Yes.
is wondering whether there's any indication when and if he might be called.
Okay. Very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Jocelyn Barrett Capon on behalf of Walmart. I'm going to have to leave the proceedings early today at 4
All right.
o'clock, and I'm waiving my right to cross-examination by doing so.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Okay, well, let's go back. Let's go on the record then. And good morning. Are we ready, Mr. Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Good morning. We are returning to our continuing case number 22-00286 UT. Remind people we are live streaming. And this is in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for revision of its rates and additional requests regarding abandonment and extension of generation plant and other associated relief. And prior to going on the record, I was trying to ascertain whether or not we have any procedural matters that we need to deal with prior to resuming our evidentiary process. And I believe, Ms. Drake, you had a question. SPS had indicated in its responses to the June 20th bench requests at bench request, as they have labeled it 1-4, that it would provide a supplemental response. And Ms. Hardy or Mr. Moss, can you indicate when that's going to happen?
Yes, Your Honor, we are filing that supplemental response this morning.
Very well, thank you. And then with regard to witness order, there was a question from Ms. Lynch for CCAE with regard to CCA witness bots. And I'll be reviewing that witness's testimony. Right now, Ms. Lynch, I am inclined to waive CCAE witness bots appearance and have his testimony stipulated in. But I just want to go over it one more time just to make sure that there's no questions that I have for his testimony. So tentatively, that's where I'm thinking. All right.
Thank you. Yep.
And okay. So I believe I think that's all the procedural matters. I forgot one, you could let me know. I believe in the presentation of the SPS witnesses, we are now to on the order of presentation, Mr. Lytle. And I have no questions for Mr. Lytle on his testimony. Believe I understand it. And therefore am inclined to, since there was no cross-examination scheduled for Mr. Lytle, I'm inclined to stipulate his testimony into the record unless I hear an objection. Similarly, I believe I also understand the testimony of Mr. Dietenberger, and would also be inclined to have his testimony entered into the record without the necessity of his appearance here today, as no cross-examination has been scheduled and unless there is an objection. So that would bring us to SPS witness, Mr. Lau, who I do have a few questions for. So based upon that direction, Ms. Hardy, have we got some testimony to stipulate in?
Yes, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead.
Okay, would you like me to start with Mr. Ripperger's testimony since?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Well, I guess officially I need to say that I was inclined, I guess I moved down the list too quickly, and Mr. Ripperger also is an SPS witness whose testimony has been reviewed. I have no questions, and no party has scheduled any cross-examination time for Mr. Ripperger, and I'm going to authorize, unless I hear an objection or someone all of a sudden has questions, that Mr. Ripperger's testimony be stipulated in. And also, I just would note, Mr. Ake, if you check your email, SPS just filed the supplemental response to the bench request.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
thank you. The exhibits for Mr. Ripperger are SPS exhibits 42, 43, and 44. Mr. Ripperger's direct testimony is exhibit SPS 42. His supplemental testimony is exhibit SPS 43, and his rebuttal testimony is exhibit SPS 44. And each of these documents meets the criteria for the submission of stipulated testimony.
And each of the SPS exhibits 42, 43, and 44 are in fact the versions that you downloaded into the Dropbox, are in fact the versions that that you wish to offer into the record.
That's correct.
Is there any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Ripperger's direct testimony, SPS exhibit 42, as identified by Ms. Hardy as being in compliance with the requirements for stipulated testimony, and as placed into the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 42 is admitted. Any objection to SPS Exhibit 43, the supplemental testimony of Mr. Ripperger as identified as being in compliance for the requirements to stipulate the testimony into the record without appearance of the witness and as placed into the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 43, Mr. Ripperger's supplemental testimony will be admitted. Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 44, Mr. Ripperger's rebuttal testimony as identified as being compliant with the requirements for stipulation into the record without appearance of the witness and as placed into the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 44 is admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next set of exhibits are for Mr. Lytle. And exhibit SPS 47 is the direct testimony of Mark Lytle. SPS Exhibit 48 is the supplemental testimony of Mark Lytle. And exhibit SPS 49 is the rebuttal testimony of Mark Lytle. Each of these documents meets the criteria for the submission of stipulated testimony, and I am seeking to admit the same documents that were submitted into the Dropbox.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 47, Mr. Lytle's direct testimony as identified as being compliant with the requirements for stipulation of testimony into the record, and that the version in Dropbox of Mr. Lytle's direct testimony is being offered. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 47 is admitted. Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 48, Mr. Lytle's supplemental testimony as being verified as compliant for stipulation without appearance of Mr. Lytle and as being placed in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS 48 is admitted. Is there any objection to SPS Exhibit 49, Mr. Lytle's rebuttal testimony identified as compliant with the requirements for stipulating in to the record without appearance and as identified that the version placed into the Dropbox is the version that's being offered? Hearing no objection, SPS 49 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. The next three exhibits are for Mr. Adam R. Dietenberger. Exhibit SPS 52 is the direct testimony of Adam R. Dietenberger. SPS Exhibit 53 is the supplemental testimony of Adam R. Dietenberger. And Exhibit SPS 54 is the rebuttal testimony of Adam R. Dietenberger. And each document meets the criteria for the submission of stipulated testimony. And I am asking to admit the same versions of the testimonies that were submitted to the Dropbox.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Is there any objection to waiving the appearance of Mr. Dietenberger, allowing his direct testimony to be admitted into the record as SPS Exhibit 52, identified as being the version that's placed in the Dropbox provided to the parties, and also as compliant with the requirements for stipulation of testimony? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 52 is admitted. Is there any objection to SPS Exhibit 53? Mr. Dietenberger's supplemental testimony, which was placed into the Dropbox and has been verified as being compliant with the requirements for the stipulation of testimony. Hearing no objection, SPS 53 is admitted. Is there any objection to SPS Exhibit 54, which is Mr. Dietenberger's rebuttal testimony placed in the Dropbox and being verified as compliant with the requirements for stipulation of testimony into the record without the necessity of a witness appearance? Hearing no objection, SPS 54 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you, Your Honor. SPS would now call its next witness, David Lau, and Mr. Moss is going to present Mr. Lau's testimony.
Thank you. Mr. Moss, you have a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. He should be in the waiting room. Are we not? There we go.
Madam Hearing Examiner, this is Josh Smith at Sierra Club. I'm sorry to interrupt, but while we have just a moment, I will step away for part of the day here with your approval. And I
Yes, sir.
understand that I'd be waiving cross-examination by doing so.
Well, unless your co-counsel, Ms. Zer, has questions.
Thank you.
Very well. Good morning, sir.
You're on mute, Mr. Lau.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Lau, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lau, could you state your name for the record, please?
It's David A. Lau,
And by whom are you employed, Mr. Lau?
Southwestern Public Service Company.
What is your position at Southwestern Public Service Company?
General Manager of Production or Generation.
Okay. Do you have before you, Mr. Lau, what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 55?
I do.
And do you identify that document for the record?
Only direct testimony on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
And that testimony has one attachment to it, is that correct?
That's correct.
And were the testimony and attachment prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And were the answers true and correct at the time that you gave them?
Yes, it is.
And if your answers, or if you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
It would be.
Your Honor, at this time we move for admission of SPS Exhibit 55.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 55, Mr. Lau's direct testimony as verified by him here today, and Mr. Moss, the version of Exhibit 55 is in fact the version that was placed in the Dropbox?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 55 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lau, do you have in front of you now what is marked, has been marked as SPS Exhibit 56?
I do.
Could you identify that document for the record?
It is my rebuttal testimony on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Okay. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
Were the answers to the questions in this testimony true and correct at the time you gave them?
They were.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is the version that was put in the Dropbox, and at this time we would move for admission of SPS Exhibit 56.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 56, Mr. Lau's rebuttal testimony as verified by him here today. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 56 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lau, do you have in front of you also what has been marked as Commission Exhibit 5?
I do.
And that is a that is an SPS response to a Commission bench request. Is that correct?
It is.
Did you sponsor any of the answers in this document?
I did.
Which one did you sponsor?
It's a bench request number 1-1.
And was the answer that you provided true and correct at the time you provided it?
Yes, it is.
And if you were asked the same question today, would your answer be the same?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would tender Mr. Lau for your questions.
Thank you. Just have the record indicate no one scheduled any cross-examination time for Mr. Lau. But I did have a few questions for you, sir. So thank you for your appearance here today.
Yeah.
And I believe you've already told us, Mr. Lau, that you're the general manager for SPS Generation, correct, sir?
That's correct.
And you indicate that you, within that particular job responsibility, you manage the SPS Generation business area within the energy supply organization, correct?
On the generation side, yes.
Okay. So in looking at SPS Exhibit 55, your direct testimony, you indicate on beginning on page 5 of that testimony that your testimony supports the O&M expenses for the energy supply business in SPS's filing, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also, as part of your testimony responsibilities, you indicate on page 6, lines 4 through 6, well, actually lines 4 through 10, you also have recommendations to the commission regarding abandonment and retirement for generating plants, correct?
Yes, X1, X2, and Cunningham 1.
And you're also recommending the change in the date at Pollock, correct?
That's correct.
And the extension of Nichols 1 and 2, correct?
That's correct.
And I guess just in trying to understand all of the different responsibilities and functions within the Excel umbrella and the specific SPS structure, how does your job responsibility fit in to the actual recommendation on these particular plans?
I can start with the retirements of X1, X2, and Cunningham 1. We ran those units obviously for a very long time, and we took advantage of the extremely low gas pricing starting about 2019. Original plan, we were looking at retiring those units kind of end of life, but the low gas prices, we just had to take advantage of for the customer. And so we kept those operational. We did some engineering studies to make sure we could safely operate those units. And so that's what we did. We ran those to the end of life, till the engineering folks last year recommended taking those units offline. Everything from the rotor makeup, grade C steel, with the kind of end of life on stress on that unit. So my portion of that was to safely operate and give the best value for the customer. And that's what we did with those 3 units on extending the end of life and then to the end of ready for retirement. The next piece, talking about toke, you've heard Rich Belt's discussion on water, and that's been our concern for a good while, and we've been closely monitoring that unit and trying to get the best value for the customer for that unit, and we came up with our plan to run to the end of 28 and continue operating that unit as a synchronous condenser. That still would be a valuable transmission asset for us. And lastly, you talked about the extending the service life. Nichols 1, 2, and 3, located in Amarillo, are really a valuable cycling units for us. Those are my highest numbers of cycles. Like Nichols 3, just to give you an example, a couple of years ago, it cycled 163 times in the market. You think about 365 days, that's up and down every week, and really same story for Nichols 1 and 2. So it serves as a valuable resource when we're talking about wind resources coming in and out, and we're taking maximum advantage of our wind resources and solar. So that's really the plan for those units, and also having enough resources for the region. That's why we'd like to extend the life on those.
Well, and I sort of wanted your perspective. SPS and Excel have lots of engineers, don't they?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you are. I wish the commission had more engineers, but when I look at through all these people's resumes, I don't see too many that have worked at commissions. I'm afraid it's probably not lucrative enough. I think the engineers probably go into the businesses probably might be a lot more lucrative. But I know in looking at your experience, Mr. Lau, that you've actually been in plant.
Yes.
And you talk about on page 2 of your testimony that you actually began your career as a plant engineer at Tolk.
Yes.
And and after serving an internship at Jones, and you were a maintenance manager at Harrington, plant director at Pawnee. So, from your perspective, having been actually in plant and being there in these generating facilities, I'm just trying to understand what you do now. Are you still do you still go out in the field? Do you still evaluate with actual presence in these generating facilities as part of what you do?
I make regular tours to the plant. Yes, I do. And I'm on every morning. I'm on the operational calls at 8 in the morning, and I lead that discussion. And so we talk about every plant, what issues they've got going on, what kind of risks they've got on. So I can ask the hard questions. What have you done? What are our options? What can we do to meet the market demand? And so I use all that experience to operate the best we can for this region. And I might add, we've certainly seen a lot of changes since we've gone with Southwestern Power Pool. When just prior to going in the Southwestern Power Pool, when we talk about cycling units, that year before we began, we cycled 290 times, starting units, shutting units off. So a lot of base loaded units. Last year, we cycled just under 1,400 times. And so you can imagine the changes it's brought to operation folks that were used to base load units, and now they're starting and stopping units. We talked about tow quite a bit. I believe the number today, we started tow unit up 29 times up to today and for this year. And so our coal plants are cycling a number of times. So we've seen this almost 300 times of cycles on 1 year just between the 5 plants. So what used to be the base load units, the backbone for the system, now they cycle regularly, and it's all about making room for wind generation and solar and our renewables. And we take maximum advantage of that. Definitely saves our customer dollars when we do that.
Well, and I know, for example, when you start your testimony on page 40, and you're talking about the changes in the plant lives, and I don't know, you probably heard me try to figure out yesterday. I was, and I think the day before, asking about when does plant life actually end?
Yeah. Well, it's like that old car you drive. You can keep adding new parts, but eventually it's just wore out. And that's we can spend a lot of money in keeping some of the, I think about the 3 units that we're asking to retire. We could spend $10 million for a new rotor, but that's still an old infrastructure. You still got old pumps. You still have boiler tubes that need to be replaced. And
I'm sorry, what kind of tube, sir?
Boiler. Yeah, BOILER. Yep. And so you do your best to extract the maximum value out of those units, and I think we've done a pretty good job, especially the 3 units that were asked to retire.
And did you say whether or not plant X units 1 and 2 had been used at all this year?
They have not. We had to take those out last year because really we pulled the safety flag on those. We just thought between steam lines and turbine issues, we just had to say we're not going to operate that. We got close to the engineering analysis to say end of life, so that's when we stopped operating. And
3 was abandoned a few years ago.
It was, I believe, it's 2019. We had a major overhaul, and we were in the middle of pulling and inspecting work, and we did a comprehensive look in the boiler, and we had so many cracks in the tubes. We just had to say that was the end of life for that unit as well.
And if the commission grants the abandonment on 1 and 2, are there any other units at that site?
There is X4. It's just shy of 200 megawatts.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. And And that unit is utilized quite a bit, and it's cycled in the market quite a bit.
Is it possible? So at that particular site, if 4 is the only unit that's still operating, and if you've abandoned one, 2, and 3, is there a potential to put a new unit on that site?
Yes. I mean, we definitely have the infrastructure in the room on the land there, but and you know, those are options. We're looking. I think one of the things that were brought up is we're going to add solar to that area, and so we'll be bringing in solar.
Okay, I guess I just sort of wondered if that's something that's looked at, or you just look to move somewhere else depending on you know, what might be more cost effective, or depending on if you think that you need to get the generation closer to you know, to where the load's going to be, or
the transmission access is of large value to us, and that's why we try to maintain that transmission asset by adding solar to fill that spot.
well, and I tried to get some understanding of that yesterday, because it seems like to me, and not being an engineer, it just seems like within my understanding that that eventually you get to a place where there's not going to be any more room to have any more transmission, or to be able to add any more load. I mean, doesn't there get to be a point where the glass is full?
You know, the way, and I'm not the expert at this by any means, the transmission folks could probably explain, you know, but, you know, I look at how the backbone of our transmission is set. You know, Toke is kind of that central spot between the Amarillo and the Hobbs area. And so you have a lot of transmission lines coming in through that area. And so we already have that infrastructure ready to go. And so as we retire units, it makes the best sense to install, you know, more generation in that same area, because the infrastructure is already built out for that. We've got the substations ready to go, and so you know, that's kind of my opinion about that. That makes a lot of sense to utilize our infrastructure that we already have.
And just for clarification of the record, when you talk about increased cycling, does that mean cycle means what?
That means after the unit they take the unit offline, and so your turbine spins down and they put it on turn gear, and then when we're called to start back up, then you put heat input into the boiler, start the steam cycle all over again, and the unit comes back up and gets back online. And so that's the cooling down of systems, and then you're having to put the heat back in and start the unit back up and get on whatever that day ahead request is.
And when you actually cycle the unit, is it just warming the car up, or are you actually driving it?
You think about the boiler conditions. These are fireball, in a coal plant over 1,000 degrees. Obviously, the temperature, we get up to 1,005. So you're taking that from a cooler temperature back up to operating temperature, and then and every time you cycle, it is wear on the equipment. You know, every time you start a motor up, every time you put a fire in the boiler, you're cycling all those metals, and so that's the wear and tear that we have to deal with, and that's the cost of doing business. You know, as I look at it.
Right, but just for my understanding, when you do have that that plant cycled and up to the heat that it needs to be, is that just in a ready mode, or are you actually producing at that point?
You heat the turbine up. It has to go through a heat cycle. It depends, you know, if it's a cold start, hot start, medium, you know, a warm start. So there's different levels of starts, and we work diligently with commercial operations. You know, sometimes we keep the heat in the boiler, keep the turbine going if we're only going to be off just you know, 4 or 6 hours, and then come right back online. But yeah, it's you know, it's a complete, when you hit the line, you've already warmed up your turbine, it's ready to go. And then from there, it's just getting your water chemistry correct as it goes back up.
Well, since you were at Tolk since the early 80s, are you going to miss it?
Oh yeah, I enjoy that plant. I was there when we had dirt on Unit 2, and so I got to watch the complete construction of that unit and be a part of that. That's a once in a lifetime experience if you ever go through that.
But it's still going to have life with the synchronous condenser.
Yes, it will. We'll have an operating crew. It's still quite a bit of equipment to operate. Running the generator, you still have oil systems, you have cooling systems, you have crews out doing rounds and inspecting equipment. So yeah, still be a vital asset. It'll be more of a transmission asset than generation, but we'll also probably have other generation going on as well in the future.
Do you see the potential for having some renewable generation at that site?
Absolutely. We've got the property. We've got the perfect infrastructure for renewables at that site.
And just to clarify for the record, when you talk about the importance of the heat rate, define the heat rate for the record.
Yeah, what page are?
Oh, I'm looking around 59 and 60 of your testimony. You know, and I don't necessarily want the technical definition. I just want your explanation into the record of
Okay, yeah,
of why, in your opinion, and how the heat rate affects the costs and the maintenance, et cetera.
the higher the heat rate number, the more expensive it is to operate on fuel. And so, you know, a lot of our, you know, boilers and systems may be around that 10,000 MMBTU, but, you know, so the older units, I think about X1, that may not have a reheater in the boiler. The numbers are going to be much higher for those units. And in fact, X1 is probably, I think, about 13,600 and some odd on the heat rate versus a toke station, which is around that 10,000. Sometimes we got a few units that may be under 10,000. Toke at times can be under 10,000 if everything's running well. But yeah, the higher the number, the higher the cost on heat rate.
And the whole goal is to get it to the particular temperature that needs to be to operate.
That's correct. Yep. Fuel input.
Do you think there's a potential, since it seems like this is a fluid process on the abandonment of these plants, do you think it's possible that Nichols units could get extended again?
Yes, they could. I mean, when I think about extending the life of the units, you know, as we inspect equipment and as long as we can inspect and preserve the integrity of the equipment, we can continue operating. And the crews are very good. We cycle a lot, but they keep it within the parameters, the engineering parameters, you know, the firing rates and that sort of thing to preserve the integrity of the unit. So they do a really good job at Nichols Station at doing that.
And I find it, your testimony on page 44, lines 5 through 7, interesting in that you say extending the lives of the units does not materially affect the fixed O&M costs because SPS would be operating and maintaining the remaining units and the common areas. Correct?
That's correct. If you think about how we operate today, if I back up probably earlier in my career, you know, we had some of the control rooms were separated, and we did a controls upgrade, and they're a common control system now. So we pulled the control rooms into one area, and so we've maximized the ability for the operator with touch screens and alarms and really good control systems that they can operate multiple units. One person can, but it still takes that one control room A operator to operate in the control room.
Thank you, sir. It's all the clarification that I needed. And Mr. Moss, any redirect for Mr. Bell?
Just a couple of
Mr. Lau.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Lau, does SPS plan to use the existing interconnection rights and the Toke and Plant X complex for the benefit of customers?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And has SPS announced the results of its capacity RFP with plans to file for CCN's approval of new generation at Plant X in Cunningham later this year?
I'm sorry, Mr. Motz. Can you start the question again? I lost you.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Lau, has SPS announced the results of its capacity RFP with plans to file for CCN approval of new generation at Plant X and Cunningham later this year?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And will the replacement generation for Toke be decided in this current RFP process?
The end of life or the end of generation, I believe so. That's what we've asked for.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions for Mr. Lau?
I
Commissioner.
I do actually. I've been.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lau, thank you for your testimonies and for your appearance with us. So I wanted to ask a few questions just to get a better idea of how Tolk will be operated under the stipulation, or would be operated under the stipulation. And so first I want to ask about the O&M expenses for Tolk and how they would change under the stipulation as compared to a retirement of 2032. And specifically, can you discuss what significant and impactful costs would change by moving up the retirement to 2028? And also if you have an estimation of by how much those costs would change.
I believe I get some numbers in the testimony, and that was based upon that 4,000 gigawatt hours. And so for the strategy for us, we had already started down the path of seasonal operation. You know, we were going to operate that Tolk unit during the summer months, and then the off peak, we were going to operate synchronous condensing, you know, saving water. And so when the gas prices took a big jump last year, we were directed, hey, we've got to change our philosophy. We need to have those units run more often. And so we took those units out of the synchronous mode and put them in the generating mode. But we had already adjusted our crew size through attrition to not operate as many hours. And so I authorized some hiring of some folks to really help support that unit. So that's what we were. That was our strategy to save maximum dollars for customers. And so if you're operating at higher loads, of course, you know, for us, Rich Bell talked about the water field. I recall when I was at Tolk, how many water wells we had was considerably less than what we have today. Of course, we were getting, you know, 500 gallon a minute pumps at a turbine pumps, and today we're not getting near that. So then now our well field is a lot more complicated. You got a lot more wells, and they're further away from the plant. And so, you know, you've got maintenance crews going out tending to those wells as well. You've got electric costs. We're using an electric co-op to actually supply power for those wells. You've got chemicals for treating that water. We've got activated carbon that you're putting in for mercury. So, you know, between the chemicals, the extra pump costs, the extra people, that's where we had to bump up the price to operate up to that 4 gigawatt. So.
Okay, thank you. And so I think what I'm understanding is that under the stipulation, until 2028, O&M costs would increase. And then can you talk about the impact of those costs on, you know, after a retirement? And are there any cost savings, for example, between 2028 and 2032? Or how do those costs compare?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, the obvious thing, we won't be operating a boiler. So all those costs go away. Obviously, we have more people than we need. So those folks will be other opportunities to move on. And so we'll reduce our crew size. And so a lot of those costs just go away. And so the synchronous condenser, when I think about the mechanics of that, you know, just to give you a feel for what we've done to modify it. So we disconnect from the turbine. We have I'll call it a pony motor. It's a 7,500 horse electric motor on the end, and it has a clutch attached to that. And so you spin that generator up to speed. You put it online. and then it's used for reactive power. But you still have a lot of systems to it. You've got oil systems, you have to cool. There's a lot of heat load dealing with the generator that size. So you'll still have a small maintenance crew and operators to operate those two generators. And so, but as far as, having to maintain a boiler and the turbine, that pretty much goes away. So we'll see pretty good cost savings after 28.
Okay, thank you for that response. So I want to get a clear idea of how you anticipate the Tolk generating station would be bid into the market. And the stipulation at section 17 includes some parameters and reasons, if you will, of when it would be bid into SPP's day ahead market. And before we get to that, I kind of want to dive into those a little bit, but before we do that, I want to clarify for the record, does self-commitment in SPP mean the same thing as self-supply in other markets? In other words, that the bid for the resource would be such that the resource would be a price taker?
Yeah, it's they're just telling the market. For instance, if I'm doing boiler testing, such as what we've got going on at Harrington 3 this week, they would bid us into the market, or they would force us in the market, and while we're doing the testing this week.
Okay. And so I want to look at some of these because a little bit further, like the reliability concerns, because these offer SPS discretion to determine, for example, what a reliability concern is. Number 3, about safety and maintenance. Can you just elaborate, sort of based on your experience and how you anticipate SPS would interpret that? How would SPS, for example, determine what a reliability concern is?
As far as operating unit?
Yeah, as far as bidding it into the market as a self-commitment.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about cycling units. If you start a unit up and for instance, you run it at steady state, so you've got your pressure set, it's a lot easier on the unit to run in that mode versus starting and stopping. Starting and stopping, you run the risk of motor failure, for instance, large motor failure, and we've had a number of those over the past few years. But so I guess reliability concerns when I think about a unit, the way we operate it, and putting in as a self-commit. Like I said, it runs a lot better if you just start it up and base load it, and that's used. Years past, that was the mode that we always ran in, especially with the co-units. They were always a little cheaper to operate in years past.
Okay. So we had asked for a bench request. I think actually Commissioner O'Connell did, asking about the historical usage of, not usage, but dispatch of Tolk. Can you talk about that and sort of give me a better idea of how Tolk has been dispatched in the last, like 5 years? And To give a bit more context as to what I'm trying to figure out is whether there is any kind of trend or pattern,
Yeah.
and perhaps an estimation of how it would be dispatched if this until 2028, for example.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
stipulation.
Well, I could go over the number of starts. I just happen to have them here. So in 19, we had 24 starts, or I'm sorry, 84 startups. In 20, we had 90. In 21, we had 58. Last year, we had 44 starts. And this year, I talked a little bit about having 29 starts. That's how many times the unit has cycled during the year, in the course of a year. You got to throw in other factors. Like last year, we had 2 big upgrades in the substation that took the units off for a number of days. And so it wasn't even available as they did the upgrades in the substation. Obviously, we bid into the market every day, and we got, kind of a fixed cost. There was another phenomenon that hit us last year. Toward the end of last year, we could not get coal train deliveries. The congestion was from Denver down to Muleshoe. And so our coal supply just kept dwindling down to the point the last 2 months of last year, we did not run tow because we just didn't have the coal supply. And so we wanted to maintain the coal supply in case we had another winter storm year. And so we held that back. And, today it's a totally different, we've got over 60 days of coal on the ground today. But certainly there's a lot of moving parts when we talk about dispatching units. You can tell fuel's a big factor. On the day-to-day, I think about today, what gas prices have done this year has been extremely low. I think the first 3 days, or three or 4 days of this year, they were actually negative. So they were paying us to take gas. And so that's really affected the number of hours, or operating hours for the tow plant. And so I think if this trend continues, we'll probably be good to get about 2,000 on our production for the year. So a far cry from what we're shooting for, but we were just saying our top limit's 4. But like I said, there is a lot of moving parts when it comes to dispatching these units, and it depends on gas prices, which is volatile every day. I mean, we get a different gas price every day. I talked about my OCC call. We've got our gas traders on, and they talk about what the gas price is doing. They show us a trend, and it kind of helps us gather our plans from week to week. But certainly we've seen extremely low gas prices this year. And what the traders are telling me that a lot of the inventory that they stack up across the country is pretty high right now. And so they're guessing toward the fall, the gas price might even be well under $2. So, and it's interesting looking at gas prices across the country. If you look at Hobbs, New Mexico, that seems to be our lowest gas price in all of XL. But certainly we take advantage of those low gas prices with our gas fleet.
Okay. And just to sort of solidify my understanding of, and hopefully you're the right person to ask this, but let me know if not. But my understanding of how this of how Tolk would be bid into the market is that it would be self-committed if there's any required testing, reliability concerns, and or safety and maintenance items. And unless there are any of those 3 reasons, I guess I'm envisioning that Tolk will still be offered into the market, but with a price associated
Yeah.
the bid.
Yeah. In fact, I talked to our commercial operations guy yesterday, and I said, and these numbers change every day. And he said the sweet spot, like yesterday, was $2.40. So gas has to get above $2.40 before it makes it economic choice to start up a toke unit. And there's other factors, the cost, the startup cost is in that bid as well. So yeah, it's like I said, it can be fairly complicated, but that's exactly right. We don't we're not going to self-commit unless we have to. We have to do a match, some sort of environmental test or something like that. That's the only reason. There's a safety reason, and we've been paying close attention to this. We will not let our coal silos. I call that our gas tank. So we got coal silos that like a toke will feed that unit for 19 hours. So there's a lot of coal, and then we will not let it sit dormant for like 10 days. It begins to have hot spots, and then it's a fire danger. So what we've done in some of the units, when we're talking on our OCC call and they're talking about taking a coal unit down, I'll ask, hey, does it look like we need to empty our bunkers if that unit's going to sit dormant for 10 days? And so we're having those discussions as well. And so on a safety side, we can't let those coal supplies just sit over a period of more than 10 days.
Okay. And then just for further clarification, I mean, you would only self-commit in these reasons, but then you can still select the energy bid. It could be low, it could be high, it could be what you decide. And
yeah, and one thing that you mentioned, the balancing authority, SPP, can say, hey, we have to have you. And it happens pretty often at Harrington more than anywhere. And it's just they need that large a generator for that voltage support of the system. And so they can tell you, hey, we've got to have you on for voltage support.
Yeah. And that's also what I imagine would be a reliability concern. I guess not necessarily determined by SPS, but determined by SPP.
That's correct.
In an instance. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions, hearing examiner. That is all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very well. Mr. Moss, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if there are no further questions then, for Mr. Lau, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time, and you're excused.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, SPS will next call Nicole Doyle, and Mr. Stewart is going to present Ms. Doyle.
I was just about to say, I do not have questions for Ms. Doyle. And I do not believe that anyone has requested any cross-examination time for Ms. Doyle. So I believe we could stipulate Ms. Doyle's testimony in. I believe we've already just stipulated Mr. Shrub and Mr. Dusilich. And I believe then our next witness would be Mr. Romer.
Yes, it's going to take us just a minute to change out attorneys here, Your Honor. Ms. Hardy is going to present Mr. Romer. I'm hoping he's available. If not, I know Ms. Nemi is here and available. So if you'll give us just a moment here.
All right, we can go ahead and take our morning recess a little early then. We'll go ahead, it's 10 after, and we'll recess until 20 after, and you can come back with the witness. I apologize for the late notification.
Not at all, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your accommodation.
Very well. Thank you. Okay. We are back from our recess, and I have a question. Does anybody know who RMR CO4 is?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I know Mr. Romer is in the waiting room. He may be listed as that, but I can confirm that in just a moment.
Ma'am, can I get your name?
This is Erica Kane on behalf of SPS.
Thank you.
Apologies, Madam Hearing Examiner. I'm attempting to get confirmation that that's Mr. Romer. That is him, Your Honor.
Okay. I will admit him. Mr. Romer, good morning.
Mr. Romer, you're on mute. If you can unmute yourself if you're able.
There you go.
I had a great dissertation going there. Sorry about that.
Good morning.
Hi.
Mr. Lee, would you swear the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Romer, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Kane.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Romer, could you please state your full name for the record?
Harold Craig Romer.
Thank you. And could you please state your place of employment and your position?
XL Energy, and I'm the Director of Fuel Supply Operations.
Thank you. And do you have in front of you a copy of the direct testimony of H. Craig Romer, which has been marked in this matter as Exhibit SPS-65?
Yes, I do.
Was this document created by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Are your answers in your testimony true and correct?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Thank you. And if you were asked the same questions today that are in your direct testimony, would you have the same answers?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, we would seek to admit Exhibit SPS-65, and I will note there are no attachments to this exhibit.
And Ms. Kane, the version of SPS Exhibit 65 that you're offering into the record today is in fact the same SPS Exhibit 65 that was downloaded into the Dropbox?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 65, Mr. Romer's direct testimony as verified by him here today, and the version of SPS Exhibit 65 that's being offered is in fact the version that was placed in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 65 is admitted. Ms. Kane?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Romer, do you have a copy in front of you of document titled Supplemental Testimony of H. Craig Romer, which has been marked in this matter as Exhibit SPS-66?
Yes, I do.
And was this document created by you or under your direction?
Yes, it was.
Are your answers in this document true and correct?
Yes, it was.
If you were asked the same questions today that are in your supplemental testimony, would you have the same answers?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time, we'd like to offer for admission Exhibit SPS-66, which contains no attachments and that I can represent is the same document that was offered into the Dropbox.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Romer's supplemental testimony, SPS 65? Hearing no objection, SPS 65 is admitted. Ms. Kay?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. My understanding is that no party has asked to cross-examine Mr. Romer, so at this time we offer Mr. Romer for questions by the hearing examiner or the commissioners.
Very well, thank you. Good morning, sir. Happy Friday. There you are. Mr. Romer, as part of your employment responsibilities, it says you are in fact a director of fuel supply operations for all of Excel? For Excel Energy Services, correct?
That's correct.
That means then that you're the fuel supply director for all of the actual operating public utilities within Excel, correct?
That is correct.
And do any of the other Excel operating companies have coal generation?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And so then when you are negotiating the coal related contracts and coal related expenses, do you do them as a group or do you do them individually?
They're separate by operating companies.
But so you can't get more bang for the buck when you're negotiating potentially because they know you're more than that you represent more than one operating company?
Yes, we do. When we issue an RFP, it's for all operating companies, but the individual negotiations are based on each OpCo. SPS being a very different entity in that TUCO is involved with that.
Can you explain a little more about that?
Yes, TUCO procures all the fuel for SPS's two coal-fired power plants, Harrington and Polk, whereas in the other jurisdictions, TUCO is not involved, and my group, the Fuel Supply Organization, they negotiate all the contracts directly for the operating companies.
So how?
Can you spell TUCO, sir?
TUCO.
All caps?
All caps.
Thank you, sir.
And that stands for the Tolk Generating.
Nope, it's just the name of the company.
Oh, okay. So this separate company has a contract to do the negotiating for the coal contracts with just for Tolk.
No, there is a coal supply agreement for Harrington, and there is one for Tolk. And TUCO manages all of the coal coming into the power plant up to the bunker where SPS purchases that coal, that fuel at that particular location.
So this TUCO manages the coal supply.
That is correct. They negotiate the coal contracts, the freight contracts, and manages all the coal handling in the coal yards.
But none of the other coal generating plants have a similar managing company?
That is correct.
Okay, so why is there this one?
With that, I'll give you the short version of this.
Okay.
Per commission order in the 1970s, they told SPS to put in place a third-party, non-affiliated entity to manage all of the coal procurement, transportation, and delivery of coal to our bunkers. And from that, there's been various iterations of it and different companies involved, but the most recent one is TUCO.
And when you say commission, are you talking about the New Mexico Commission or the Texas Commission?
Both.
Okay. So once Polk and Harrington don't operate anymore, will SPS have any more coal generating facilities?
No, ma'am, they will not.
And therefore they won't have any more association with TUCO?
That is correct.
Do you have any ability with your current responsibilities? I mean, do you negotiate the contract with TUCO?
Yes, I do.
So then SPS then actually has some control on the functions you're paying for and what you're paying for with regard to TUCO, correct?
That is correct. It's a arm's length agreement where we oversee some of the items that they negotiate, and we have final approval as to whether or not it's prudent and necessary. And we review that and then give the approval. But they are responsible for all of the coal procurement, transportation, and coal handling.
Are they affiliated with SPS or with Excel?
There's no affiliation.
Do you know whether or not there seems to be a question in this proceeding about whether or not there's any type of regulatory cost that gets included or is considered as it relates to the type of generation, specifically emissions costs or potential emissions costs. Do you know whether or not those kinds of items are considered either by yourself or by TUCO in negotiating the coal prices?
That is not a consideration. The agreements are simply for providing fuel to the facilities.
So I know there's a non-coal costs that you've testified to in your testimony, but you're saying that that those kind of considerations aren't included in either the non-fuel cost or the cost of the coal?
That is correct. The agreements that are with TUCO, we refer to them as non-mine, non-freight costs. So that's all base rate that comes out of the 2007 stipulation that the commissions ask us to recover costs in a specific fashion. So let's just refer to it as non-mine, non-freight costs. Those are simply for third-party labor, rail equipment, yellow equipment, maintenance costs, etc.
Those are rail equipment and what equipment?
Maintenance costs for that rail equipment.
Well, I just heard from, I believe from the last witness, Mr. Lau, that there was a time, I guess last year, when Tolk couldn't even get coal. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And so it, as the manager of the coal for Harrington and Tolk, was there some kind of explanation and or penalty assessed against Tuco for that failure?
The events that occurred in 2022 were a nationwide situation where the railroads had gone through COVID. There was a reduction in their labor forces as freight had declined. And then at the same time, natural gas prices had declined. By the beginning of 22, those natural gas prices started going up fairly quickly. There was a certain action in Europe that involved Russia and Ukraine, and it caused natural gas prices to spike significantly higher than what was anticipated. As a result of that, the railroads were unable to perform and deliver the amount of coal that all the customers across the United States were requesting of them at the time. And from approximately June-ish timeframe of 2022 until fourth quarter of 22, the rail deliveries were less than what we had expected. And it was not just limited to Tuco's two coal-fired power plants, it was across the United States. The Surface Transportation Board held hearings with respect to that. There were different actions that were taken. The Class 1 carriers, not just the Burlington Northern Santa Fe, which services Harrington and Tolk Station, but also the Union Pacific Railroad, which is another Western carrier. The Norfolk Southern and the CSX rail carriers, those are the Eastern big four rail carriers, were all called in front of the STB and asked to explain why the service, not only with respect to coal, but also to all the other commodity sectors, why was that declining? The major factors were, as they came out of the COVID lockdowns, they asked people to return to service and mark up. A number of folks declined to return to the railroad. And as a result of that, the amount of manpower that was available to run trains had declined. The BNSF particularly set forth on a significant hiring program over the course of 2022. They hired several thousand new employees to replace those folks that did not return and to also meet their customer demand. We experienced it not only in Texas, but across our other operating companies where that service had declined. As we ran the units, we ran as much as we could with the coal that was available and the anticipated deliveries. We switched to alternative fuel sources, and there were also some market purchases that SPS did to help with that. When we looked at the situation towards the end of the summer, we felt it prudent to throttle back on some of our use of these coal units and use alternative resources so that we would have sufficient coal on the ground should, as Mr. Lau explained, another Winter Storm Uri occur. We would want to have sufficient coal so that we would not have an event where the lights went out because we didn't have enough coal on the ground. Part of those actions that were taken were very helpful. By December, there was another winter event that crossed the United States, and the coal plant inventory had recovered to a reasonable place, and we were available to turn those units on and run them at the level that we needed to run them through that event. So yes, there was a time where there was lower coal deliveries than we needed, and then that recovered back to normal levels. And I think we're very much past that situation. I don't believe that the railroads will find themselves in that situation for a while. Again, I hope that answered your question. You were very specific, but I think there's a bigger picture that I was trying to provide to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Romer. No, I just know that in the context, for example, of SPS's application in this case, there happened to be, and you may be familiar with it, but there was some type of liquidated damages payment made by Vestas regarding a covenant in a contract, some type of performance for the Hill and Sagamore wind plants to the tune of about $12.5 million. And I just wondered whether or not there was some type of similar liquidated damages section in your contract with Duco that provided some type of similar payment.
There is not a liquidated damages section.
Okay. And just generally, I mean, I know you're summarizing at page 8 of your testimony and talking about the various costs, and actually indicate on page 9 that not all of the fuel handling costs were recovered through the fuel clause. Why was that? Is it just a timing difference, or?
No, there are only 3 things that are recovered through the fuel clause: the cost of the coal, the cost of the transportation, and a subject called coal losses. That has to do with the adjustments on the piles in the spring and fall coal surveys. It has to do with moisture and distance and et cetera. And it's a small percentage, but those 3 items are the only thing that is recovered through the fuel clause. Through base rates, it's all non-mine, non-freight, and all of those costs are recovered.
You also indicated in your testimony that some of the contracts with Tuco are set to expire, but that you have renewables that will renewables. You have renewals for those contracts at least through the end of the future test year. Should the commission approve the stipulation in this case, would you then seek renewal through the end of the now projected abandonment date for Tolk?
Yes, we would extend the agreement with similar terms and conditions. I wouldn't imagine that they would change materially, but yes. The agreements were extended 5 years. The first agreement, which covers the base period, the adjusted base period, then the link period, et cetera. The agreements expired December 31 of 22. The extension for those agreements go through the end of 24 for Harrington, as that's converted to natural gas, and through the end of 2027 for Tolk. Currently, Tolk is slated to run longer than December 31 of 2027. Should that change, we can adjust the agreements accordingly.
And do you, as the manager of the TUCO contracts, have any authority on any contractors or subcontractors, as you reference in your testimony, this contractor Savage? Do you have any responsibility or oversight over them?
Yes, as I mentioned, this is an arm's length agreement where it's TUCO's responsibility to manage the third-party vendors that move the coal, manage the rail cars, fix equipment in the coal yards, etc. However, that being said, we do attend a monthly meeting that TUCO has with Savage, and they go over items that are of concern, safety items, future items that need to be addressed, etc. And we listen to those conversations. Usually we try to attend, but as travel and restrictions, etc., we couldn't attend all of them in person. We attend them via Teams meetings. We talk about those particular items. So like I said, it's a arm's length agreement, and we want clarification. We want to make sure that things are prudent for our customers and that the proper amount of money is being spent so that we don't get into a situation that would cause us to not have fuel available for generation. So all that being said, we do have insight to that, but we do not directly manage those third-party contractors. That is TUCO's responsibility.
Is it pretty easily to, or is there a procedure in place for being able to differentiate a TOLC, an SPS TOLC employee's responsibility and job description versus the things that the TUCO contract people like Savage would be doing? So is there a bright line distinction if I'm at TOLC and somebody's doing X job, that I know that it's a SPS employee doing that job, or is it a TUCO contract employee providing some type of service at that plant?
Actually, there's a very distinct line of delineation between what the plant is expected to do and what Savage is expected to do. And it's actually a very physical perspective. They call it inside the fence and outside the fence. Inside the fence is where the trains unload, the coal is handled, it is crushed, it is moved into a conveying system, and it arrives at the bunker. And at that point, then the SPS plant employee will manage everything in the process after that particular point. So there is no cross job functionality. The only time an XL employee would enter into the inside the fence would be as if a transformer went out. And so as XL that provides electricity to Savage to run their coal system, then they would need to work on something. But other than that, they are not combined within the plant, or do they cross into each other's territory.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all the questions that I have for you. I think I understand it a little bit better. And appreciate your time. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Romer? Ms. Kane, any redirect for Mr. Romer?
No, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Very well. If no one has any questions, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. You have a good day. Thank you.
Just a hearing examiner, sir.
Oh, hearing examiner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Kane?
Madam Hearing Examiner, Mr. Stewart is going to present our next witness, Ms. Nemi, who I think will probably need a moment to get onto the Zoom.
Okay. Very well.
Apologies for the delay. I know she was watching on the YouTube, which is a little bit behind our Zoom.
Okay. And I guess just while we're waiting, oh, there's the SPS witness. I'm just debating at this point if considering whether or not to waive SPS witness good enough. I have one question. I'm going to think about whether or not I need to take up his time to get it answered. So just to let SPS know that.
Thank you,
And
Your Honor.
Mr. Stewart,
Yes, thank you.
let me see the Oh, there you are. Go ahead, sir. Well, good morning, Miss Nemi. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you doing?
Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, would you swear the witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Nemi, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Ms. Niemi, could you please state your name for the record?
Stephanie Nicole Nemi,
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Excel Energy Service Company as the manager of revenue analysis.
And Ms. Niemi, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 67?
Yes.
Could you identify that document for me?
I believe it's my direct testimony.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes.
And was your testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And is your testimony true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 67.
Ms. Nemi, if you were asked all these questions again, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And all of your attachments were prepared by you or under your direction and control?
Yes.
And are you the hardest working employee at Excel and for SPS?
You know it.
Okay. It looks like from all of the revenue analysis, I think you and Ms. Trammell are in a race for your areas of expertise that you're providing testimony on. Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS 67, Mr. Stewart?
That's correct.
Ms. Nemi, direct testimony. as identified by her here today. Mr. Stewart, the version of SPS 67 is the version that was placed in the Dropbox.
That is correct.
Hearing that and not hearing any objection, SPS Exhibit 67 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Thank you. Excuse me. Ms. Niemi, do you also have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 68? And that is the document that is labeled your supplemental testimony.
I cannot hear her.
I apologize. I think my connection might have froze for a moment. Can you restate the question?
Sure. Do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 68?
Yes, I do.
And could you identify that document for me?
That's my supplemental testimony.
And are there any attachments to your supplemental testimony?
Yes, there are.
And was your testimony and all of its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And if is the testimony and all the attachments true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 68, and I can represent to you that it is the version that has been placed in the Dropbox.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 68, Ms. Niemi's supplemental testimony is verified by her here today, and that it has been represented that it is the version of Exhibit 68 placed in the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 68 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Ms. Niemi, do you also have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 69?
Yes,
Could you identify that document for me?
that is my rebuttal testimony.
And are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, there are.
And was that testimony and all of its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 69, and I can represent to you that it is the version that has been placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 69, Ms. Niemi's rebuttal testimony as verified by her here today, and the version of which has been placed by SPS in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 69 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Ms. Niemi, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 70?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify that document for me?
It's my testimony in support of the stipulation.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes, just one.
Was your testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And are they true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 70, and I can represent to you that it is the version that has been placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 70, Ms. Niemi's testimony in support of the contested stipulation as verified by her here today, and a copy of which has been placed in the Dropbox by SPS. Hearing no objection, SPS 70 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not believe that anybody reserved time for cross-examination for Ms. Niemi, so I would tender Ms. Niemi for questioning by the hearing examiner and the commissioners.
Very well. Thank you, sir. So I was sort of kidding you a little bit, Miss Nimi, about the volume of testimony that you have in this case. But on a more serious note, the specific regulatory purpose that you have in this case, as you indicate in your direct testimony on line or page 3, you're providing all the revenue requirements and jurisdictional allocations and adjustments to support the application in this case, correct?
That is correct.
And so am I correct in assuming that you didn't do this all by yourself?
That is absolutely correct.
You, as the court reporter said earlier, when I was complimenting him on how quickly the transcript was coming out, he indicated he has minions. Do you have minions or elves or just a lot of hardworking people
I would
that you
never refer.
supervise?
Yeah, I would never refer to them as minions. They are my team members. I have an excellent team that supports me in filing all of my attachments and testimony.
And what kind of disciplines does your team have?
My team has a wide range of backgrounds. I have an employee that is an electrical engineer by education. I think you've encountered him in a previous case, Ryan Matley. I have an employee with an economics background that I think you have also encountered in a prior filing, Ian Fetters. And I also have a employee who has more of an accounting and finance background that I do not believe you've encountered.
Okay. Okay, very well. And you perform this function not only for SPS, but for the other Excel operating companies. Is that correct?
That is not correct. I solely provide this service for SPS. There are other teams that support PSCO and NSPM.
Okay.
Can you spell Piesco?
Yes, I apologize. It's PSCO.
Thank you.
All capitalized.
But you're not an SPS employee.
I am not. I'm an Excel service company employee.
And the group that you're in, who manages that group?
We're part of the finance division. So we report to the CFO. But it indirectly, or well, my group is really a revenue requirement group.
Well, I just wondered if you'd like that, since there's a different revenue requirement group for each of the operating companies, then who's over the revenue requirement groups?
Each of the revenue requirement groups have their own vice president, and that vice president reports to the CFO. So I have a vice president that I report to, a director who reports to my vice president that then reports to the CFO.
Does your director, is your director also the director of the other revenue analysis groups?
My director is the director over the PSCO group as well as SPS, but then I believe there's a different director for the northern states, or the NSP and NSPM, which encompasses a number of different territories.
Well, so is there any sharing or commonality between or collaboration between these revenue analysis groups?
Yes, there is. We do collaborate with other groups. Every operating company has a FERC wholesale jurisdiction that have very similar formula templates. We most often, I'd say, collaborate on that or on those jurisdictions, but we also use a common system to create our revenue requirements. That is very unique, and we all, I would say, collaborate on how to use that, best use that system, as well as interpreting data from our data providers. I'd say we all do collaborate and call each other for to bounce ideas off of each other and work together and create revenue requirements.
Okay, okay. Ms. Newey, in your testimony, I mean, just looking at it in a more broad view, you rely on a lot of different parts of either Excel Energy Services or SPS to provide you with the data that you incorporate into your revenue analysis?
Yes, that is true. All of the data incorporated into the calculation is provided by other groups within the company.
And do you have any type of review or editing review of the information that's submitted to you?
Yes, we work very closely with our data providers in interpreting and understanding the data that they do provide to us and how it should be input into the cost of service model. I would say it's pretty extensive review.
Okay. Would I be correct in characterizing SPS Exhibit 69, your rebuttal testimony, as generally disagreeing with the majority of the proposed adjustments that the staff and intervener proposed in this case?
Yes, I would say generally that's true.
But some of the recommendations you did accept, didn't you?
Yes, I believe so.
So, I mean, if you look at SPS Exhibit 69 on page 3.
I'm there.
You're summarizing pursuant to the question at lines 5 and 6, and then you say, beginning on line 8, the rebuttal cost of service reflects one minor correction, as well as certain adjustments proposed by intervener and staff witnesses that SPS has agreed to accept to reduce the number of contested issues in this case. But as explained in more detail, SPS has agreed to, and then you have items 1 through 5 that are on lines 12 through 18 that you agreed to those particular adjustments or corrections, correct?
Correct.
How does the stipulation impact SPS's agreement for these 5 things?
There is, I do not believe there would be any impact on the stipulation for these 5 things, given that I think the starting point of negotiation from the stipulation would have been our rebuttal testimony that incorporates these 5 concessions.
Therefore, am I correct then that if I'm to represent to the commission, these are 5 changes that are now in place?
That is correct. I would expand on that though in saying
Please.
that there is a portion of the stipulation related to a black box amount of 8.6 million, I believe. That as Ms. Crane mentioned yesterday, it's up for interpretation of what that may represent. But these 5 concessions are incorporated into the rebuttal testimony and cost of service where negotiations began.
Okay, and I guess I was mainly, I'm concerned, I want to know exactly what things are still in play, what things have gone away because of the stipulation. So what things remain. And so, for example, in item 1, it says SPS has agreed to implement a correction to the jurisdictional allocators based on
SPS has agreed to implement.
SPS has agreed to implement a correction to the jurisdictional allocators based on the inclusion of the behind the meter in parenthesis B, capital T, capital M generation. And item 2 also reflects adjust the jurisdictional allocation factors reflecting combined loss levels of 5 and 6 so that all customers in all secondary rate classes receive the same loss factors. So those kind of corrections, concessions will flow through to your next revenue analysis.
The stipulation is silent on items such as that. So I would say that, the first item was a correction to the behind the meter generation calculation, which I would hope and assume that our next base rate filing would not need a correction. And the second is a concession in combining the loss levels for 5 and 6 secondary rate classes. Because the stipulation is silent upon that issue, I cannot say one way or another if our next base rate filing would also reflect that. That would likely be a question best posed to Mr. Berger or Ms. Trammell.
Okay, so okay, 3, 4, and 5 are pretty much specific to this case, aren't they?
Yes, they are very specific to this filing.
Okay. So, Matheny, I'm looking at your stipulation testimony now,
Okay.
and hopefully, if I've shared it correctly,
Yes, I can see it.
we're looking at a couple of your attachments. So basically, your stipulation exhibit 1 is entitled settlement 12 months ending June 2024 Sagamore revenue requirement.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So what is the reason that you included this particular attachment in your stipulation testimony?
Subject to check, I believe this is a requirement from the wind settlement stipulation, where SPS is required to provide an updated revenue requirement for both the Hale and Sagamore wind facilities in order to, I think, calculate the savings that the wind facilities are providing to customers.
And how is that savings in your attachment expressed?
So I don't think that the savings themselves are calculated in this attachment. This is simply outlaying the revenue requirement that is generated by Hale and Sagamore to create an amount per kilowatt hour to be used to calculate the savings that the wind facilities will generate for customers. I think it's something that will be assessed after that 10-year period that's outlined in our CCCN wind settlement. I would say that Ms. Trammell may be the better witness to respond to the wind settlement.
Well, I guess I was trying to figure out, in looking at this particular exhibit, there seems to be, I guess, 2 questions that have come up with regard to the calculation of the Helen Sagamore stipulation requirement. And I think one of them had to do with a time of when the calculation had to be done, whether it had to be done on an annual basis or it only had to be done at the end of the 10-year period. Do you know?
I do not know the answer to that. I would direct that towards Ms. Trammell.
And the other question I had, that in looking at this, is had to do with production tax credits. Is it shown anywhere on this schedule?
No, the production tax credits, the only production tax credit in our cost of service would be the production tax credit associated with our DTA, deferred tax asset, that we simply don't have a tax appetite to utilize. I believe from the settlement in those wind filings, we're allowed to incorporate that balance into our rate base, less any of the retained PTCs SPS experienced in the first 30 days after commercial operation per that agreement. The PTCs themselves are returned through our fuel clause, which is separate from base rates.
So any type of revenue or credit associated with that is not going to show up on this revenue analysis.
No, it will not.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't get your question. Any type of
revenue impact or credit is not going to show up in this analysis?
No, it will not. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, and the witness answered no, it will not. Better to have the witness say that. So then and then your second exhibit is the same analysis for the hail.
Yes, that's correct.
Wind facility.
Yes.
Okay. So on page 6 of your testimony in support of the stipulation, SPS exhibit 70.
I'm there.
Your table SSN stip 1.
Yes.
This is SPS's presentation of how it believes that the 33 million that was agreed to as a revenue deficiency should be characterized.
Yes, it's the drivers of the 33 million in comparison to what is currently being recovered from SPS's last base rate filing in 2020.
But this isn't necessarily indicative of how SPS is going to specifically allocate that $33 million, is it?
No, this would not be representative of allocation in so much as it's a comparison between the last base rate filings cost of service to the changes in the current base rate cost of service, composing that $33 million deficiency.
Part of the agreement in the stipulation
Someone is detected at the front door.
Section 13 of the stipulation.
Give me just a moment.
I will. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Part of that agreement says SPS agrees to retain no more than 2/36 of the jurisdictional portion of the termination payment. Correct?
Correct.
Can you ballpark and tell me how much that could be?
I cannot. I would direct questions around this particular section of the stipulation to Ms. Trammell.
Okay.
Someone is detected at the front door.
One of the changes that you testified to on page 8 of SPS Exhibit 7A relates to section 7, the cash working capital.
Yes.
And part of the agreement was to use a cash working capital balance of 0. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that consistent with the way that it's done now?
Are you meaning in our last base rate filing and the current base rates that are being charged?
Well, yeah, I mean, does this represent a change in practice?
Yes, it does. SPS previously utilized a lead lag study to calculate the cash working capital amount. And within this filing, SPS proposed to use what's called a 1/8 method.
So do you think you'll go back to using a lead lag, or are you gonna continue after the test year period is over with to go back to try the 1/8 again?
I would say that that's not a determination that I would be able to make. Perhaps a better suited question for Ms. Trammell.
Again, trying to just ascertain what the agreement in the stipulation might be finite and what might live on?
My interpretation of the stipulation is that we agreed to set the cash working capital to 0 in this filing. I'm not sure that if there's any agreement upon the methodology in which the cash working capital will be calculated moving forward. So I'm not sure it would be I would not be the one to determine what methodology will be used going forward.
So then you reference in your testimony on page 11 of SPS 70, the reconciliation statement that's attached to the stipulation.
Yes.
Which is Exhibit D.
Yes.
And did you prepare that?
Yes. Myself and my team.
And so then basically the reconciliation statement represents how SPS reflects the agreements in the stipulation, including the revenue deficiency.
Yes. Yes, it's a reflection of the cost of service that supports the 33 million.
Was it more work to prepare the revenue analysis for the case in chief or to prepare the revenue analysis for the stipulation?
The initial revenue requirement is much more work to establish. The subsequent changes that we make for rebuttal and or for the stipulation are built on that original base. So it's quite a bit easier to just alter that original base revenue requirement with the, agreed upon changes.
Is coming up with the reconciliation statement require more creativity?
It can. There are, as you know, several different inputs that get to the 33 million, as well as a black box amount. I'm not sure if you're familiar with goal seek in Excel, Microsoft Excel workbooks. But to get to $33 million on the button, we do use a goal seek to force the model to get down to that exact amount, mainly utilizing that black box amount to do so.
I'm sorry, ma'am, are you saying go seek, G-O?
I'm sorry, I'm saying goal, Goal.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Very well. Mimi, I believe that's all the questions I had for you. I thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that potentially there might be some more questions for you from the commission. Commissioner Aguilera, sir.
Hi, thank you. Make sure I'm not muted. Okay,
I can hear you.
good. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Nimi, thank you for your testimonies and appearing here. I do have just a few questions. So I'm looking at, I believe this is your testimony in support of the stipulation. And then it's table S and N stip 1. And I was wondering, for the other category, can you describe what is, or just give us some insight on what is included there?
Sure. That would just encompass all of the pieces of our cost of service that aren't already listed above, such as O&M, income tax expense would be one, cost of sales, maybe a few other smaller items that taxes other than income, which would incorporate property tax. I would think that's likely the extent. There might be one or two other smaller items incorporated there.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the components of the 33 million rate base, can you elaborate more on what the main drivers are of the increase?
Yes, so there is, as I think we've talked, other witnesses have referenced, there's quite a bit of load growth occurring in New Mexico from our last filing in 2020 till this, to not only our base period in this filing, but in our future test year as well. So that $31 million is representative of the load shift that's occurring. Not only load shift from wholesale load drop-offs, but just the shift in load for New Mexico. And then the second line item is that LP&L allocation drop-off that is to occur this year. And then along with the load growth that is occurring in New Mexico, we are receiving quite an influx of revenue for that. That you can see in that base rate revenue growth of basically $90 million. There's just the slightest movement in the cost of capital from our last filing, and that's mainly driven from the cost of equity going from 54.72 to 54.7. The plant investment is across all functions, really. We didn't break it out here, but it's worth roughly 56 million worth of plant investment since 2020. And then depreciation rate change is driven mainly by the Tolk retirement being moved up to the 2028, as well as the other production depreciation rate changes that were encompassed into the filing and the changes in any transmission plant depreciation rates.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I'll ask a general question. In your opinion, how does the ROE of 9.5% align with the public interest?
I think the 9.5% ROE allows the company to continue to have the opportunity of earning a reasonable return on our investment. SPS continues to make significant investments in our system and will continue in the future to do so. And I believe that that does benefit our customers and the service that they receive.
Okay. How do you think, in your estimation, how would the rate base be impacted if the ROE were lower, say like 9.25 or 9%?
I'm not sure that the rate base, I will say that there's not a direct correlation between your return on equity and your rate base or the amount of investment that you anticipate to be put into place.
Yes.
However, your earned as your earned ROE will continue to, well, it will decline as your rate base is growing. Without an influx of or any change in your net income, your earned ROE will continue to decline as you invest further into your system.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, could you describe the effect on rate base if an adjustment were made to lower the cost of equity ratio?
Again, I'm not certain that there's a direct correlation. I might say that Miss Martin may be a better witness to respond to a question such as that.
Okay. Okay, I think that exhausts my question. So thank you for your responses, Madam Hearing Examiner. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner. Mr. Stewart, any redirect for Ms. Nemi?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Nemi, you were just asked some questions about the effect of the ROE, and I believe you were discussing SPS's earned ROE. Can you describe for me what SPS's earned ROE has been over the past, say, 3 years?
Yes, over the past 3 years, SPS's earned ROE has been below the authorized ROE that SPS has. Specifically, I believe in 2020, it was in the 6% range. 2021, it was 5.25%. And for 2022, it was 8.24%. And I believe our authorized ROE at the moment is 9.45%.
Okay, and in a similar vein, on the questions related to ROE, I think you asked questions related to rate base, but if you reduce that ROE, would it reduce the revenue requirement?
If with everything else being held equal, yes.
Thank you. And at the beginning of your testimony, you had some questions regarding kind of the structure of your position within Excel and how you coordinate among other groups within Excel. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And I believe you mentioned SPS's cost of service model. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What's the name of your cost of service model?
The system that we use,
Yes.
it's called the Regulatory Information System. We use the acronym RIS for short.
And do other operating companies utilize that same model?
Yes, they do. We all use the same model.
And Ms. Niemi, do you recall some questions? This is related to your rebuttal testimony about the corrections and concessions that SPS made in rebuttal.
Yes.
And I can probably do this without pulling the testimony up, but was one of those to remove the attachment Z2 expense, amortization expense from the request?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know when that amortization expense is expected to conclude on SPS's books and records roughly?
I believe it's expected to conclude this fall.
And so once it concludes, there won't be any amortization expense associated with that item going forward. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And I also had some follow-up related to, in your stipulation testimony, you had the revenue requirement calculated for the Hale and Sagamore wind facilities. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Does that revenue requirement include a weighted average cost of capital?
Yes, it does.
And what weighted average cost of capital did you use for purposes of that revenue requirement?
It is the weighted average cost of capital outlined in the stipulation of 7.17%.
And if you reduced, let's say you reduced the ROE from what was included in the stipulation, would that reduce that base rate revenue requirement associated with the wind facilities?
Yes, it would.
Thank you, Ms. Niemi. That's all, or thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. That's all the questions I have.
I forgot, Ms. Niemi, for the supplemental bench request that was just filed. SPS has called it SPS's supplemental response to bench request issued June 20th, and they're calling it 1-4. I believe this was a request from Commissioner Ellison. Please provide the credit metrics associated with the following scenarios: a 51% equity ratio and a 52% equity ratio. And that got filed just a few minutes ago, I believe. And you helped participate and verify that particular response, didn't you, Ms. Niemi?
That's correct.
And essentially, based on this calculation and applying it to the stipulation, utilizing a 51% equity ratio would reduce the settled revenue increase approximately $4 million, correct?
I believe so. I do not have the response in front of me. But
Sorry, I'm looking at it thinking you can see it and you can't. Okay, let's try that. Okay, I'll go back up so just so you know what I'm looking at. Okay, there it is. Can you see it now?
yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, 33 to 26, 32, 458. So approximately $4 million, right?
I think that would be closer to around 7 million. 6 point some odd million dollars from 33 down to 26.
Oh, sorry. I was going from 30. Yeah, it would be $7 million. And then correspondingly, a 52 would be 6. Well, a little more than 6.
A little less than 6.
Little, yeah, yeah.
5.4.
Okay, 5.4 on a 52 and 7 on a 51, correct?
Correct.
And then you indicate in this calculation that to maintain with a reduced common equity number, you would have to increase your ROE from 9.5 to 9.83 or 9.96 in order to maintain the $33 million settlement amount, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Stewart, you want to ask any questions based on my questions on this
No.
exhibit?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any questions from anybody else based upon my questions, the commissioner's questions, or the redirect? Hearing none. Ms. Nebe, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
And appreciate the testimony. I believe we are our luncheon recess time, just to provide a trailer for the afternoon. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Goodenough. I have a few questions for the next 2 witnesses, but I am pretty confident that that we're going to be able to conclude the next three witnesses this afternoon. And like I say, potentially, if it's the party's pleasure and the witness is available to, and SPS has nothing else, we could actually begin the questions for OPL witness, Ms. LaConte. So anybody have anything procedural before we luncheon? Not hearing anything. Thank you all. We are recessed until 1 o'clock. I remind you of the YouTube streaming. We're recessed. How are we doing, Mr. Lee?
Good, Judge. I'm ready when you are.
Awesome. Well, I believe we're at 1 o'clock. We're back from our recess. We're streaming. We're moving on. Day 4, our SPS rate case. And we have another witness. There he is. Hello there, Mr. Goodenough. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How are you?
Are you in Austin?
I am in Denver.
Oh, probably cooler in Denver.
A little cooler than it has been. It was pretty hot earlier this week, though.
Awesome. All right. Who's going to present, Mr. Goodenough?
That will be me, Madam Examiner.
Oh, there you are. All right, Ms. Hardy. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Goodenough, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, will you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, my name is John M. Goodenough.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Xcel Energy Services as the Director of Sales, Energy, and Demand Forecasting.
Do you have a document in front of you that's marked as SPS Exhibit 71?
I do.
Can you identify that document?
That is my direct testimony in this case.
Was that direct testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
Are there attachments to your direct testimony?
Yes, there are 9.
And were those attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
They were.
Are the answers to the questions in your direct testimony true and correct today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of SPS Exhibit 71.
Mr. Goodenough's direct testimony is verified by him here today, identified as SPS Exhibit 71. Ms. Hardy, that is the version of Exhibit 71 you're offering that was placed in the Dropbox?
That's correct.
Any objection to SPS Exhibit 71? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 71 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, do you have in front of you a document that is marked as SPS Exhibit 72?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
That is my rebuttal testimony in this case.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
Yes, it was.
And are there any attachments to that rebuttal testimony?
Yes, there is one attachment.
And was that attachment prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
If you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And Madam Examiner, this is the version of the rebuttal testimony that was submitted into the Dropbox. And with that, I would move the admission of SPS Exhibit 72.
Any objection to what's been identified as Mr. Goodenough's rebuttal testimony, SPS Exhibit 72, as placed in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 72 is admitted.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. I have no further questions for Mr. Goodenough. He's available for questions from Your Honor.
The record should indicate that no one reserved time for Mr. Goodenough cross-examination. I do have a few questions for you, sir. So thank you for your appearance here today.
Yeah, happy to be here, Your Honor.
And my understanding is that you are an employee of Xcel Energy, and you are the Director of Sales, Energy, and Demand Forecast. Correct?
That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
And as I understood your testimony, it seemed like that for me, there were two major areas. Part of it had to do with weather normalization. And I think that's kind of timely. Are you expecting to peak today?
I haven't talked to our commercial operations team today, but I don't think we're at peaking weather. We're in the 80s, so it's not too bad. At least up in Denver,
Okay.
we're in the 80s.
Yeah, no, I was thinking for your SPS operating company.
It's pretty warm down there, I've heard. So
That's what I read over the luncheon. That I think in Austin it's supposed to be 110 today.
Wow.
And potentially 115 tomorrow.
That's pretty hot for Austin.
Pretty. I think we probably can forecast there's going to be a lot of air conditioning usage.
I would think so, yes.
And just thinking about the increased temperatures, et cetera, you have indicated in your testimony that the use of modeling to develop forecasts, that SPS has been using this particular forecast methodology for approximately 20 years.
I believe that's correct, yes.
And do Excel's other operating companies also use this same type of forecasting methodology?
Specifically for weather or forecasting methodology in general?
Both.
Okay. So as I mentioned in my testimony, we use a 30-year normal weather as the assumption for weather going forward in our SPS service territory. It's based on an average of the last 30 years. That is still generally the industry standard to use a 30-year average, and it is how NOAA defines their averages as well. And our other operating companies, in Northern States Power, Minnesota, Northern States Power, Wisconsin, we've moved to a 20-year average. We moved there about 30 years ago, so we're using a 20-year average. And then recently in PSCO, or Public Service Colorado, we are using a 10-year average to do sales forecasting, electric sales forecasting, but still using a 30-year average to do peak demand forecasting.
So is there any impetus in trying to standardize the approach, or are there reasons why that you have the different methodology in the different operating jurisdictions?
That is something we examine, whether we want to be trying a different approach in all of our OPCOs, really. A lot of the reason we do, we're filing things in a specific way is because we've been ordered to do it that way. So for example, a 20-year average was ordered in our Northern States Power companies. We were ordered to do a 10-year average in Public Service Colorado. And I suspect ordered to do a 30-year at some point in New Mexico, or at least not ordered to do it differently than we have.
Well, I mean, do you think it would be, more accurate, especially if you notice a particular trend, like rising temperatures, or for a number of days in any particular, or a rising number of colder days in a particular jurisdiction? If you saw some kind of pattern, do you think it would be more accurate than for SPS to bring in some type of new forecasting period that, like you say, that would help you have a more accurate plan?
I'm not sure I could conclude it would necessarily be a more accurate forecast until we saw some results and see
Right.
how our actuals are, how the actual weather comes in compared to the forecast and whatnot. There are some interesting dynamics there, and I think you mentioned a key one with the number of days that are hotter, right? So we, to a large degree, are seeing not necessarily hotter days, aside from the 115-degree day in Austin, which might be a record. I don't know. It's probably close to a record in Austin, but we're seeing longer stretches of hot weather. So as far as, if we think about peak demand forecasting, where we're forecasting demand on that hottest day, we're either not seeing the same trend in the hottest day of the year weather, or potentially, even if it's getting hotter, all the air conditioners are on and you're not getting a lot of additional load anyway, as the weather heats up. What I think we would see is more hot days, though. So that would be more energy throughout the summer, but not necessarily a higher peak demand. And then, back to your initial question of more accurate, I think that depends on the time frame too. When I'm forecasting next year or 2 years from now, even in a warming trend, it could easily be a cold year next year. And if we were to build in a warming trend, we might miss it by even more than, just using our 30-year average. But as you look longer term, the climate scientists would probably agree that there's a trend and there might be something there.
Well, especially it seems as if, I guess, especially in SPS's New Mexico jurisdiction, where that they have a summer peaking. They're summer peakers that that kind of information, I don't know. I mean, can it add a few points to your forecast, or percentage points when you're placing emphasis on certain things, or no?
Specifically thinking about the New Mexico service territory, I would note that the majority of load there is not really weather sensitive. It's oil and gas production, those sorts of things. So it's really are the residential and small commercial classes that are the most weather sensitive. Residential, obviously, small commercial, because people are going in and out. You need to, heat or cool your space for human activity, essentially. Whereas large factories, large industrial processes, oil and gas fields don't tend to be as weather sensitive.
And that sort of actually brings me to the second area of your forecasting, and I'm looking at pages. I think the question begins on page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, which is SPS Exhibit 72. And the question posed on page 10 at lines 12 through 14, you are criticizing Mr. Gorman's discussion. Let's see, Mr. Gorman also includes a discussion of the growth in the capital L, capital C, capital I, which is large
if I may, it's large commercial and industrial.
Thank you. Large commercial and industrial customer. Use per customer from the base period to the future test year. Did he perform those calculations correctly? And you're saying, no, he didn't. And then you go on to the next page, page 11. And you say at line 3, SPS had an average of 137 LCI customers in the base year and is projecting an average of 157 LCI customers during the future test year. Sales to this class would need to range from 423 million megawatt hours in the base period to 523 million megawatt hours in the future test year for his calculations of use per customer to be correct. But you say then at lines 7 through 9, in fact, sales to this class are 5 to 6 million megawatt hour range during this time frame, and all sales to retail classes are expected to be under 10 million megawatt hours in future test year. That's your testimony?
That is.
So you're saying that he is overestimating the number of sales?
I believe it was just a calculation that was performed incorrectly. I'm not sure why. But what I'm indicating here is that the calculation of more than 3 million megawatt hours usage per customer times our customer counts far exceeds our entire sales forecast.
Okay. Well, and I guess I wanted a clarification on that, but I was more interested in the additional 20 LCI customers from the base year to the future test year. That came from you, right? That information?
That is correct.
And upon what did you base the 20 LCI customer increase?
We based it on the recent growth that we've seen in that class, as well as customers indicating that they continue to expand. So a new customer doesn't necessarily mean a brand new entity that's in our service territory. It could be another location for an existing oil and gas customer.
Okay. What kind of information do you get, or what other groups within SPS or Excel do you collaborate with to get information in order to forecast those number of increases of any particular type of customer?
Sure. I'm very thankful to not have to do that work myself, but we have a wonderful key account management team that is in continuous contact with our largest customers. They are, both soliciting information from them, and the customers are reaching out to us indicating that they are requesting more electric service from the company, what their plans are for needing more electric service from the company. The requests are, pretty robust. They're pretty extensive, and it's a fairly frequent occurrence that we're having those conversations with our customers.
And that's current customers, but I'm assuming that some of these 20 might actually be new customers, aren't they?
They could be. And so we do have an economic development team that works with those types of customers, those new customers.
But you don't actually get that information yourself. You don't get, or do you review, for example, I heard from some transmission witnesses yesterday, and we were hearing testimony about upgrades needed because of the increase in the oil and gas load in southeastern New Mexico. And I think the witness who was testifying on interconnection request made it sound like, there could be 100 or requests. I mean, do you communicate with those people too, or?
Not regularly as part of the forecasting process. I do work closely, as I mentioned, with the key account managers to kind of lay out what our customers are requesting from the company. That's obviously an input into many downstream processes, resource planning, transmission planning, those sorts of things. They're the ones kind of working up through the interconnection queue and figuring out how to meet the demand that our customers are requesting from us.
So then yours is more forward looking, based on certain use, certain customer use, or certain like customer characteristics, as opposed to the real world. Hey, I checked with interconnection and they're getting all these requests. So, based on the number of requests we're getting, I'm gonna put in some type of algorithm or some projection based on that.
I think that's an accurate characterization. I'm reflecting the load and the demand and the energy that our customers are telling us they need. And for many customers, it's an expansion of what they've used in the past. It's in addition to what they're currently using. I pass that information off to, I'm kind of doing that agnostic of whether of how we're going to actually serve that load. That's the responsibility of the resource planning and the transmission planning organization.
Okay. And are there any other than the different time periods that you had talked about when I was asking you about the weather normalization? Are there any other characteristics other than what you've already testified to that would vary among operating companies?
Yes. Our SPS operating company, it's a bit unique in that it's so dominated by one industry. Obviously we have large customers kind of across our service territories, but it's not kind of all concentrated in one industry. There's also varying mix, varying percentages of residential versus commercial, in different opcos, just depending on, our opcos that, or our states that have large cities are a higher percentage residential than our states that don't necessarily have large cities, but might have large industrial processes or large industries in them.
Well, you testify on page 17 of your rebuttal testimony that the percentage growth in the number of bills can be used as a reasonable proxy for expected customer growth, and you have an adjustment that increases the number of bills such that there's a 23% increase compared to the base period, correct?
Can you point me to where that is?
I can. That's on page 17. And I'm looking at lines 13 through 15. You're actually referencing Ms. Leba Tercero's adjustments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that reference, Your Honor. This portion of my testimony is critiquing an adjustment proposed by that witness. In that,
Yes.
if we were to make the adjustment, it would mean we would have to see 23% customer growth for that class over the 2-year period.
And what is the percentage of customer growth that you actually projected?
It varies by rate code, or this is down to like the rate code level, this specific adjustment. In aggregate, we're forecasting 1 to 2% customer growth. But there are some, some are a little bit faster and some are a little bit slower, some rate codes.
Well, what about in your large and industrial customer growth?
Yeah, let me, as opposed to trying to remember off the top of my head, I believe that table is in my direct testimony. So let me find that.
Page 62?
Yeah, I think I was just about to get there. A lot of scrolling sometimes. So
that's that's why you get the, but don't tell tree people.
Yeah, then it's just a lot of page turning. So, so yeah, thank you for the reference there, Your Honor. This table is actually the sales growth by class, as opposed to the customer growth by class. This has valuable information in it, though. You can see that from 2016 through 2021, our large C&I classes grown at a double-digit pace, nearly 13%. So we are seeing that rapid expansion, expecting to continue to see that rapid expansion as you look through the base, linkage, and future test year. It may have actually been my rebuttal where I had the customer numbers, but bear with me scrolling one more moment.
Are you saying C and I or C in I?
C and I.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, it's not in a table, but it's in text in my rebuttal testimony, and it's on page 9.
Okay.
And beginning on line 5, toward the right side of line 5, and then down onto line 6, large commercial and industrial customer growth averaged 12.7% from 2016 through 2021. And the forecast in this case assumes 14.5% growth over a 2-year period, which is an average of about 7.2% per year. And this was in a response to the critiques of the witness, I believe it was Gorman, of forecasting too strong customer growth in the class. And I was indicating that our forecast is actually a little bit slower than what we've seen over the last 5 years.
So then you think you're actually going to have more growth?
That's always a potential. I saw a little bit of Mr. Elsey's testimony yesterday and heard your line of questioning on the financial forecast being on the conservative side, and that's accurate. So this is, referencing the financial forecast that we provide, and there is the potential to actually grow at the pace that we've been growing, as opposed to a little bit slower that we're putting into the financial forecast.
Okay. And just to clarify for the record, he is the one that characterized his own testimony as a conservative estimate.
Sure.
I was not trying to characterize the Mr. Elsie's testimony, but
Fair correction there, Your Honor. Thank you.
You all are the professional witnesses trained in your disciplines. I would would not try to, especially in the forecasting area, would not try to characterize or quantify, sir.
I appreciate that.
Those are the two areas that I had questions for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Your Honor.
Miss Hardy? Any redirect?
I do not have any redirect for Mr. Goodenough. Thank you.
This is
Very
Carol
well.
PCAE, and I do
Miss
have a
Lynch?
follow-up question.
Go ahead.
May I ask it? Mr. Goodenough, I am just wondering whether in your expertise there are any vulnerabilities related to climate change and extreme weather to the facilities being explored here, particularly Tolk.
I'm going to object to that question as being outside the scope of Mr. Goodenough's testimony.
Ms. Lynch?
Sorry, I was following up on the climate change related and extreme weather related questions that Ms. Hurst had asked Mr. Goodenough.
Well, I asked Mr. Goodenough generally with weather normalization and forecasting about heat events. I did not relate them to a particular plant. I don't believe, Ms. Lynch. So if you want to ask him generally.
I think generally I was just wondering whether there's an effect that the temperatures in that region would have on the facilities.
Ms. Hardy, I think that's pretty broad.
I think if I'm sorry, I was just going to say that if I don't think Mr. Goodenough has testified about any of SPS's facilities, but so I don't know if he can answer the question, but
I think she modified her question to talk about the SPS area where we're talking about the expected load growth. So I think that's a fair question. Answer if you know, sir.
Happy to. I don't know.
Ms. Lynch?
That's what I was asking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Goodenough. Appreciate your time. Your excuse, sir. Just need you to exit out of the Zoom. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy?
Your Honor, we do have our next witness available. Before we do that, would you like me to stipulate into the record Ms. Doyle's testimony, who was waived earlier? I just don't want to forget to do that, but I can also wait until later. Okay.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Those two exhibits are SPS exhibits 57 and 58. And exhibit 57 is the direct testimony of Nicole L. Doyle. Exhibit 58 is the supplemental testimony of Nicole L. Doyle. And both of those documents meet the criteria for stipulated testimony, and the copies we are asking to admit have been provided in the Dropbox.
Very well. SPS exhibit 57 has been identified as the direct testimony of Ms. Doyle, as placed into the Dropbox and as verified that Ms. Doyle's testimony meets the requirements to be stipulated into the record without the appearance of the witness. Any objections to SPS 57? Hearing none, SPS 57 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Your Honor, our next exhibit, I'm sorry, Friday afternoon, our next witness is Miss Debbie Gajewski, and Mr. Stewart is going to present her testimony.
Very well. So let me just check my list here. Basically, what you're indicating is that all of the witnesses whose appearance have been waived have their testimony stipulated into the record currently.
That's correct. We have
Okay.
Ms. Gajewski testifying and then Mr. Berger. And the only other witness would be Mr. Meeks, who's available next week if Your Honor decides to hear from him.
Okay. I am looking at that. Ms. Hardy, I want to look at it one more time. Right now, I don't have any questions for Mr. Meeks, but I need to give it the once over before I can definitively say that. So
Understood. Thank you.
very well. So Mr. Stewart, you have a witness, and the witness is connecting.
Someone is detected at the front door.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gajewski. Can you hear us? Ms. Gajewski, can you hear us? Looks like we're having a little trouble there.
Give me a moment. I'll see if somebody can reach out to her.
Okay. I don't show that she's on mute, but I can't hear her.
Now she's on mute.
Unmute.
There you go.
There, am I on? Okay, sorry.
You are. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Mr. Lee, would you swear the witness, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay.
Can you
good.
hear us?
Yes.
Okay, very well.
Ms. Gajewski, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Hello, Ms. Gajewski. Could you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. I'm getting feedback.
Do you still have your YouTube on?
Yeah, maybe that's it. Hold on a
That's
second.
it.
Okay, sorry about that. I was getting double things. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Could you please state your name for the record?
Debbie Gajewski.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Management Applications Consulting as a senior management consultant.
And Ms. Gajewski, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 77?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that document for me?
It's my direct testimony.
And just as a point of clarification, this is the portions of the direct testimony that was originally filed by Mike Luth or Richard M. Luth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes, there are 2 attachments that I'm supporting.
Thank you. And was this testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 77, and I will represent to you that it is the version that was placed in the Dropbox.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as Ms. Gajewski's direct testimony filed as SPS Exhibit 77 as verified by the witness today? Hearing no objection, Exhibit 77 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Ms. Gajewski, do you also have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 78?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that document for me?
That's my supplemental testimony.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes, there are two.
Was this testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 78 and can represent to you that is the version of the testimony that was placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 78? Ms. Gajewski's supplemental testimony as verified by her here today and as placed in the Dropbox as SPS 78. Hearing no objection, SPS 78 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Ms. Gajewski, do you also have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 79?
Yes, I do.
Could you identify that document for me?
That's my rebuttal testimony.
And are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, there are.
Was that rebuttal testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes,
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
yes,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 79 and can represent to you that it is the version of the testimony that was placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified by Ms. Gajewski as her rebuttal testimony placed in the Dropbox as SPS Exhibit 79? Hearing no objection, SPS 79 is admitted. Mr. Stewart?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I do not believe that any party reserved cross-examination time for Ms. Gajewski, so I would tender the witness for questioning by Your Honor and the commissioners.
Thank you. And I didn't have a whole lot of questions. I just wanted a few clarifications. Welcome. Ms. Gajewski, have you testified in New Mexico before?
No, I have not.
I see you're in Pennsylvania. Is it cooler in Pennsylvania?
Well, it's a lot more humid this week than it's been, but it's a little cooler.
Excellent. Have you been employed with Excel or any of Excel's operating companies previously?
Not employed, no.
Have you been contracted with as a consultant with Excel or any of its operating companies previously?
Yes, I have.
And what do you usually provide analysis on? Is it always cost of service or?
The retail cost of service, yes. I actually prepared the retail cost of service model that they're using was developed by me years ago. And they started using it maybe 10 years ago. So, I set the model up for them based on their prior models. So that was kind of my capacity to review the cost model, help them link it to the jurisdictional model, and then kind of review it and give them feedback.
Well, good. Well, hopefully you've been getting some type of payment over all the years that they've been using your model, and good that they brought you back. And I also, if you were listening earlier today, I also have a question about, and I know you didn't provide testimony for the stipulation, but you're familiar with the terms and conditions of the stipulation?
Some of them, I wasn't really party to that. I've heard bits and pieces through the hearing, but I didn't provide any.
Yeah, I know you didn't provide
Any input.
testimony.
Mhm.
Okay. And essentially, in reviewing your rebuttal testimony, on page 6, at lines 1 through 3, it appears that SPS agrees that the commission should accept staff's proposal to allocate FERC, capital F, capital E, capital R, capital C, account 905 dash miscellaneous customer accounts expense on customer accounts salary and wages. This correction is reflected in the rebuttal. Capital C, capital C, capital O, capital S are the class cost of service. That's provided as attachment DLG-R2 to this testimony. That was your testimony?
Yes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say is it appeared that the lines above were expanded and the allocator must have just gotten copied straight down. And I didn't catch that. I didn't do that, but I did not catch that. That was kind of my oversight. So she was correct that, in using that allocator.
And is this and you agreed that an error had occurred and that it should be corrected?
That's
right?
Correct. Yes.
And that particular, do you believe that if that particular correction would need to be made to the model or to whatever schedule in the future? Do you think that?
Yes, that wasn't a correction that should carry forward.
Okay. I was also interested in your rebuttal testimony at page 10. This is with regard to section B at line 7, the FERC account 904. And the question posed at lines 8 and 9, do you agree with staff's proposal concerning FERC account 904, uncollectible accounts expense? And you begin your answer at line 10 saying no. And apparently, you say at line 17 and 18, the residential class has historically had a larger percentage of total write-offs than other classes.
Yes, I see that quite often. That is typical. That is true of SPS, and that's true of many other utilities. It appears that the residential class is responsible for a large percentage of the write-offs.
And could you just, for the record, just explain what a write-off is?
A write-off is when somebody hasn't paid their bill, and they try to pay their, get them to pay their bill, and they don't, and so they sell those. Typically, they'll sell those I'm thinking of the term. Basically, those debts, they'll sell them off and take that as a loss. So that happens quite often when I guess collection agencies are responsible for getting what they can get. So they just sell them off. So it's a loss or an expense of doing business.
Well, do they write them off completely then? I mean, once they're sold, they're no longer a debt owed to SPS, right?
That's correct.
Do you know what the percentage is?
For this class, I'd have to look at it. I don't have it in front of me.
Well, do you recall whether or not SPS has a larger residential debt than other similar IOUs that you're familiar with?
No, I don't think so. It seems to always be at least like 50% of the write-offs. I can look, but I always, that's what sticks in my mind. Looking at other utilities, it's always the greater percentage. Usually 50% or more fall under the residential and some small commercial.
And do you recall like what a percent, like how this translates into a number as far as, like in the test year or annually or
Well, I noticed during COVID, it was much higher, but a lot of people had issues paying bills. But after that, it came down a little bit, but it did rise. It was higher during the COVID years.
Okay. And I think we've already talked about the PERT 905. And further on in your rebuttal testimony in response to section 4, the intervener and staff cost allocation testimony, there was a recommendation that these particular for 575.1, 0.6, and 0.8 be allocated on a production basis, production demand allocator, rather than an energy allocator. And you've rejected that recommendation. And at line 16 on page 8, say, this is an incorrect assertion since the regional market expenses are incurred to allow SPS to efficiently manage its energy resources throughout the year, which supports the use of an energy allocator. Correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not any in your experience that these particular accounts are actually allocated on something other than energy?
No, typically they are anything that represents an 8760 hours. That's done every hour of the year, by nature is energy. It's not demand or customer, it's energy, and it should be allocated accordingly.
You indicated on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony that certain changes in the rebuttal class cost of service reflected not only the proposed change in the revenue requirement that was presented by Ms. Nemi's rebuttal testimony, but also demand allocations resulting from the combination of secondary voltage services at line loss levels 6 and 5 into a single line loss factor as presented in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Berger. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then also a correction to the production demand jurisdiction allocator related to the inclusion of behind the meter generation as discussed by Mr. Berger's rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And the allocation change we've already discussed in section 4 of your testimony.
Yes.
You've indicated that you believe that the allocation change that we've already discussed should carry forward even if the commission adopted the stipulation and it might not be addressed by the stipulation. Do you believe that to be true for items 2 and 3?
I do. I believe that all 3 of these should continue. Or actually 4.
Why?
There are 4. Well, I think as Mr. Berger would probably be better to answer that, but I think definitely number 1. Of course, she she made those changes to correct the revenue requirement. And I think the demand allocations, number 2, I guess that would be up to the company to decide. They combined them into a single line loss factor for a reason. And so maybe I shouldn't comment on that. That's that was their decision in doing so. You know, usually at the secondary level, we do have a single line loss that's typically used. They had two, and I don't know what was behind that, so I really shouldn't comment on that.
Okay. And then what about the number 3?
As far as the inclusion behind the meter generation, I think that should continue too. I think that, you know, the way that was calculated for the rebuttal is the most correct way. I think they had a good argument there. So, you know, Mr. Berger can speak to that better than me, but I think that should continue.
Okay. Very well. Ms. Gajewski, that's the questions that I have for you. And appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Stewart, any redirect for Ms. Gajewski?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody have any questions based on my questions? No. All right. Thank you again, Ms. Gajewski. You're excused. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. Okay. For SPS, we have another witness.
Yes, SPS calls Wesley L. Berger. And if he's not in the waiting room, he should be momentarily.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Berger.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm okay. Mr. Lee, could you please swear the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Berger, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berger, could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Wesley L. Berger.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I work for Southwestern Public Service Company in the regulatory area as a manager of rate cases.
And do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 73?
Yes.
Could you identify that document for me?
This is the direct testimony of Mike Luth that I adopted.
All right, and are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes.
And were your testimony and attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Well, this testimony and attachments were prepared by Mr. Luth prior to his retirement. I've reviewed it and I believe it's accurate, but I didn't prepare.
And thank you. And you were adopting that testimony and those attachments, correct?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And do you believe the testimony and attachments to be true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Well, some of these were updated in Mr. Luth's supplemental testimony. Other than that, I think it's true and accurate.
Right. And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 73, and I can represent to you that is the version of the testimony that was placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 73? Mr. Berger's direct testimony which was verified by him here today as the adoption of part of Mr. Luth's testimony originally filed with the application and as placed into the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 73 is admitted. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berger, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 74?
Yes, sir.
Could you please identify that document?
This is the supplemental testimony of Mr. Luth that I adopted.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes.
And were your testimony and attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Again, these were prepared by Mr. Luth prior to his retirement, but I have reviewed them and I believe that they are accurate.
Okay. And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 74 and can represent to you that is the version of the testimony placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 74, Mr. Berger's supplemental testimony as verified by him here today and as placed in the Dropbox? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 74 is admitted. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berger, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 75?
Yes, sir.
Could you identify that document for me?
This is my rebuttal testimony submitted in this docket.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes.
And was that testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 75 and can represent to you that it is the version of the testimony placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 75? Mr. Berger's rebuttal testimony as verified by him here today and placed in the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 75 is admitted. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berger, do you have in front of you what has been marked as SPS Exhibit 76?
Yes.
Could you identify that document?
This is my testimony in support of the contested comprehensive stipulation in this docket.
And are there any attachments to that testimony?
Yes.
And was that testimony and its attachments prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers remain the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I move for the admission of SPS Exhibit 76, and it is the version of the testimony that has been placed in the Dropbox.
Any objection to what's been identified by Mr. Berger as his testimony in support of the contested stipulation? The version of SPS Exhibit 76 was placed in the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 76 is admitted. Mr. Stewart.
I believe I've covered all of his testimonies. So at this time, I don't believe there was any cross-examination for Mr. Berger, and I would tender him for questioning by the hearing examiner.
Did Mr. Berger assist in any of the responses to bench requests, Mr. Stewart?
There was a bench request that was filed last week. And trying to recall if he was a sponsor on that or not.
I didn't sponsor any of them. I did help
Okay.
Brooke Bramwell with one of them, but she sponsored it.
So I believe the answer to your question is no, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. You are in Amarillo.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Berger? I don't see that Amarillo is on the top hottest cities today. What's the temperature?
It's only in the 80s today, I think.
Oh, okay. Very well. So, Mr. Berger, you and Ms. Gajewski got the work duty to step in for Mr. Luth upon his retirement.
Yes, we did.
How's that to come in after the filing's been done?
It's a little unnerving, but I think I got up to speed on the case.
You get put into several of SPS's cases, don't you, Mr. Berger?
This spring I have, yes.
Well, I hope you're having fun. I guess I want to start with SPS Exhibit 74, which was your supplemental testimony.
Okay.
And my understanding of the corrections that were filed that resulted in supplemental testimony were corrections that SPS decided that it needed to do to its original case prior to the suggestion or recommendation of any party in this case, correct?
That's correct. Some of them were identified during discovery. I actually think the majority of them.
Okay. Identified by SPS or whoever requested the discovery?
Sometimes both, but because we would receive the question, wonder why they asked, and go, oh, now we know.
Okay. And there were some corrections to jurisdictional allocators. With those corrections?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just tell me generally, it was like a $2.6 million correction, wasn't it?
That sounds correct. I don't have that number in front of me at the moment.
Look at page 8 of your supplemental testimony.
Well, that was just one correction. Don't think that's the total. That's
No.
that was the number I was seeing as well.
No, I'm not suggesting it was a total correction, but is there, when you include all of the corrections to the jurisdictional allocators, can you tell me what the result was?
Well, the two that are jurisdictional allocators are the first two on pages 6 and 7. And so you would need to add the roughly 193,000 on line 15 of page 6 to the 2.1 million on line 4 of page 7 to get what an approximation of those changes to allocations.
Well, see, I actually calculated all 5. Do all 5 of these changes not go together?
Well, they're all 5 impacts to jurisdictional cost of service, that the label of them being all impacted or caused by a change to jurisdictional allocation factors, I don't believe is accurate.
Okay. Well, I just came up when I added and subtracted all 5 of those, I came up with the $460,286 number as being the ultimate change. Is that not the right way to do that?
Sure, if you're wanting the ultimate impact on New Mexico, that's fine. I was thinking you wanted the narrower portion of just the jurisdictional allocators themselves, which is the first 2.
Now, I was looking for the impact number.
Okay.
So I added 192,733. I subtracted 2,078,007. I subtracted 330,866. I added 31,276, and I added 2,645,150.
That sounds correct, Your Honor.
Doesn't seem like a overall big impact, but it seems like depending on where that money went, it might affect some particular class or component, mightn't it?
Yes, it wasn't overall much of an impact. That's definitely correct. We just had a few corrections that went opposite directions that tended to net each other out. We were just trying to get it all as correct as we could prior to the other parties filing their response testimony.
I read some testimony that it increased the residential customer class.
One of the corrections she had, I think, looks like page 10 of my testimony is what you're referring to.
Well, I guess I'm looking on page 16, but
Okay.
oh, yes, I see where you're making the corrections. But that only looks like it was $700.
That particular correction, yes.
Yeah, no, I thought one of those 2 billion numbers went there, but it's your testimony. I mean, you testify on page 16 that getting at line 12, for example, after incorporating future test year customer class increases reflected in the corrections filing, a cost of service based increase of the capital L, capital M, capital S base rate would be 2.1 million, which is 26.9% on current base rates and 17.76 on total revenue. Similarly, a cost of the service-based increase for residential service would result in a base rate increase of 21.98%. Accordingly, the revised proposed rates for these classes are now set below cost of service in order to keep the base rate increase at 14.99%. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So basically the assertion is it really should be higher for residential class, but we're going to keep it at 14.99. Correct?
That's correct.
During your rebuttal testimony, under your responsibilities, it says you oversee the rate and tariff filings with FERC that impact SPS.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you not oversee the filings that are filed with the Public Utility Commission of Texas or with the New Mexico Public Utility Commission?
Currently, I do not.
Who does?
Well, we have another rate case manager, Jeremiah Cunningham, who's currently overseeing New Mexico filings. And we actually have an empty position for our Texas rate case manager at the moment. So Brooke Trammell is essentially overseeing that directly.
So you're stepping in and helping out with this.
Yeah, we are in flux with Mike Luth retiring, so I'm stepping in on some of the rate design subjects.
And have you done this before?
I have. I started out my career in rate design area. So I did that for about 5 years. And then I went into wholesale marketing for a few years, came back and managed all of our rate cases for a while and testified in a couple of proceedings related to line loss factors and such at the retail level. And then I've testified in a few cases since then on rate design related matters in Texas and New Mexico.
Do you have any familiarity with the current rate case proceedings before the Texas Public Utility Commission?
Some. It's got a ways to go. I know that much. I don't know all of the exact dates, but it My recollection is the hearing is in mid-September.
But no stipulation in that case?
No, ma'am.
So your testimony at lines 8 and 9 of your rebuttal testimony on the loss level of 5 and 6 of the secondary service customer classes?
Yes,
You accepted staff's recommendation to combine those two?
I did.
And do you believe that result, if it's not specifically included in the stipulation, would carry through for SPS?
It may. I don't think it's required to, given that the stipulation is a black box settlement with no, carrying forward provisions of, unless it's otherwise stated in the stip.
But do you think is it, make sense to you to just have one single class?
As you can tell by my rebuttal, I can sort of personally take it or leave it. I didn't agree with staff's reasoning for why they should be combined, but so I'm not convinced they need to be combined, but there could be a reason to go ahead and combine it. So we'll just have to look at it, and if it's an issue that that staff feels strongly about, we can just talk to them and decide if that's something we want to do next time. But I don't know that all the other parties agree that this should be done. So it's hard for me to say, yeah, we should do it. I don't know that all the other parties are on board with this adjustment.
Okay. Yeah, and that was actually my question. It's like, if the logic's flawed, why are you agreeing to it?
Yeah, I was trying to narrow down the number of topics we were arguing about, and it didn't have a huge dollar impact. So I wanted to, just for this case, accept where we were headed to try to narrow down issues.
And since we're on that particular topic, do you think that the correction in the production demand jurisdiction allocator to include the behind the meter generation that you also included, agreed to correct, do you believe that that was an appropriate correction that would survive the stipulation?
Now, that one really was a correction. So, we determined after reading the intervener's testimony that we had an error in those production allocators. So yeah, that was truly a correction. So that would carry forward.
Further in your rebuttal testimony on page 28, in your other issues category,
I'm there.
You indicate at lines 12 and 13, where you testify, Mr. Bieber's correction is appropriate and SPS has incorporated it into the rebuttal class cost of service. The question was, Mr. Bieber states that he made a correction to the production allocation factors because in his view, SPS supplemental class cost of service inappropriately made adjustments to the production coincident peak data. Is that a particular correction that potentially extends beyond this case?
Yes, this is the same correction I believe we were talking about a moment ago. Just
okay.
Generally, this was very specific where Mr. Bieber mentioned that we accidentally adjusted the production coincident peaks when we indicated we didn't intend to, which is correct. We did not intend the behind the meter adjustment to impact production peaks, only transmission.
Okay, very well. On page 32 of your rebuttal testimony, you're testifying and this has to do the question posed at line 9, has SPS proposed the same approach for the purposes of its rebuttal case? So my understanding in the first part of that question, you're saying SPS uses total bill increases instead of base rate increases only, and that SPS proposed gradualism based on the total bill, correct?
In the prior Q&A on that page, I explained why, as far as I understood it from talking to Mr. Luke before he retired, that why we proposed the total bill, and he reminded me why, and that was from the Hale and Sagamore rate cases. Those were where the two rate cases we had done that in, and we carried it forward into this case.
And then the question, are you proposing the same approach for purposes of rebuttal? And your answer is no, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you change?
Well, again, we were trying to narrow down some of the issues in rate design area that were in dispute, in particular. And I have a table on my previous page, table WLBR2, where I show that pretty much all the other parties, other than New Mexico AG, Dr. Gigex, had proposed the 5150. So I was on base rates. So trying to just take this issue off the table, so to speak, was the goal.
And Mr. Berger, will you just clarify for the record what the gradualism banding of 50% / 150% means?
Well, if all customers were at cost of service, you would just put them at that. That would be 100% cost of service rate increase. So you would get that amount and everybody gets the same number. But the 50/150 means when I look at that class's relative rate of return in comparison to its, cost of service, from the class cost service that you're talking to Ms. Gajewski about, if I could look at what does the class cost service say should be the revenue requirement for this class versus their current rate of return, the 5150 puts a bandwidth around the comparing what we propose to the class cost of service. So if a class is overpaying, so to speak, they have a higher relative rate of return than the other classes by a significant amount, they could get a proposed increase as low as 50% of the average increase. And if a class is underpaying, so to speak, relative to all the other classes, they could get a proposed increase as high as 150% of the average rate increase. And I think that's illustrated in one of my attachments, if it would help to go through that as opposed to my waving my hands.
No, again, I just wanted the clarification for the record. You indicate in the bottom part of that testimony that you have included your exhibit WLB4.
Yes, that's correct. That's the exhibit or attachment I was referring to.
Right, and you show the classes of service and the proposed increases, and I take from that from page 2 of that exhibit, that if you look at the bottom right hand corner on the bottom line of total New Mexico retail, that the overall increase that was proposed at this time was 9.86.
That's correct, including fuel and the other riders listed there. Yes. So the overall increase is a 9.86. The base rate was the 15.89.
And that so the 9.86 reflects fuel credits.
It holds those constant, the fuel, the FPPCAC charges, just to illustrate an overall bill impact, so to speak, at a high level.
Okay. So then if we look at the base rate increase of the 15.89%, because it's the base rate increase that the banding is based on, right?
That's correct. And so page 4 illustrates how the banding came into play.
Right, but if I go back and look at page 2 again, so under again under the proposal based on the rebuttal case, residential customers would have received a 21.75% proposed increase, right?
That's correct.
And that was the highest. There were several that were of that class, but that was the highest proposed increase of your customer classes, correct?
That's correct. Every class that shows a 21.75 are the classes that hit the 150% upper bandwidth.
And then the one that would be the 50% would be the 7.94.
That's correct.
So then basically the 50 and the 150 present a high and low, a minimum and a maximum percent of the average that could be attributed to any particular rate class, correct?
Yes.
So I guess before I leave this thought, in coming up with your rate design, on page 34, the question is posed, and this is under section A, capital L, capital G, capital S, dash, capital T. That's large general service transmission customer.
Yes, ma'am.
Rate design. Do you agree with the recommendation for Mr. Pollock and Mr. Gorman that the LGS-T demand and energy charges should be increased by an equal percentage? And you answer at line 5, no. It's more appropriate to include the cost allocated based on energy in the energy rate instead of arbitrarily using identical percentages for the demand and energy rates as proposed by the interveners. That's your testimony?
Yes, it was.
And then the question posed at line 8 and 9, does SPS's energy charge for LGS-T mitigate the increase for that charge? And beginning at line 10, you say yes, in an effort to compromise, the increase in the energy charge is 1.5 times the overall proposed New Mexico retail percentage base rate increase. SPS proposed increase is intended to move the energy charge closer to a charge based on energy related costs. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Do the rates in the stipulation accomplish this same goal?
In the stipulation, we, as part of the overall package, we agreed to actually do the identical percentage increase for the LGST class in the rate design. So that was one of the items that, I conceded on, if you want to look at it that way, in the rate design phase of settling.
Is this particular approach typical or utilized in other jurisdictions?
Which approach?
To have them equal?
Well, in settlements, you often settle on a revenue distribution and you discuss with the customers the rate design aspects that they're comfortable with, like we did in this case. So to that extent, it is typical. I'm not going to say that in every rate case I've settled, we have settled on increasing them at the same percent. That would be inaccurate, but we typically in settlements work on the rate design and the revenue allocation.
So, Mr. Berger, then we get to your stipulation testimony.
Right.
And your testimony on page 2 says that you're supporting the revenue allocation and rate design sections 18 and section 19, the rate design and tariff issues. Correct?
Yes.
And you're responsible for exhibit A to the stipulation?
Yes, ma'am.
And section 18 of the stipulation says revenue allocation and rate design. Signatories agree to the customer class revenue allocation as shown in exhibit A. Stipulated base rate revenue allocation is not associated with any specific methodology or approval or disapproval of any issue regarding class cost of service or revenue allocation raised in this case. The signatories arrived at the stipulated base rate revenue allocation through a compromise of the various issues raised in the case without specifically accepting or rejecting, for purposes of this stipulation, any rate making principle. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in looking at exhibit A, which is entitled Revenue Distribution of Settled Base Rate Increases by Customer Class.
Yes.
The parties ended up in the stipulation with a different banding than what we've been discussing. Isn't that correct?
We did. Yes, that's correct.
And instead of a 5150, it's a 54 145.
154, yeah, one class has 145, you're correct. It's very specific, so yeah. Most of them are at 144, one at 145. It was in order, had to get very specific to get everything to add up, but yes. It's a little different than the rebuttal testimony I had.
Well, the percentages. Well, I'm not looking at them side by side, but it looks like that the overall increase has declined, correct?
That's correct, that we settled on $33 million as shown on page 1.
And that results in a customer class base rate increase total of 6.96%, correct?
That's correct, the average. Yes.
And wasn't it like 9 point? What was the rebuttal? Oh, I shut the book.
The
up.
rebuttal that we were looking at was 9.86.
Okay.
On a base rate, it was 15.89. This is on page 2 of WLBR4.
Yeah, I just I just shut my notebook. That's the problem. And an overall residential increase of 10.02.
On a base rate portion, that's correct. Not overall, just the base rate increase is 10.0.
It is it included in Exhibit A where you're not just looking at the rate base, but that you've actually included the total?
No,
like you do in that other exhibit?
It is not in the stipulation that way. It's only in my stip 2 attachment where I do some total bill comparisons or calculations. It's not actually in the stipulation itself.
But you don't put it in the same format.
I did not.
Why?
This format, as I was working on the settlement, testimonies for a settlement was more, we decided to go with the format that was similar to the way the case was noticed. And that's what I used for this attachment. So that it doesn't show the percentages like you're thinking of on a total basis. You're correct. I mean, when you look at pages, what is it, 1 through 3, the summary, you can see the overall impacts at various usage levels. It just doesn't do it as a total by class. It just shows it to you at various usage levels, and you can pull out what the average customer will see. For instance, on page 1, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, but by looking at WLB-R4, I mean, I can look at it and I can say, oh, if you looked at it on just a base rate, the overall is 15.89, but if you looked at it total residential, it's 21.75.
You mean 9.86?
Yeah. 9.86 overall total retail, but under your residential, you have 16.21 and 21.
That's correct. It is presented in a different format.
Right, and it showed whether it was just on the base rate, or I think, as you already testified, whether it included the total bill, including fuel, right? That's what that N category is.
That's correct.
Right, and I think, Mr. Berger, it might have been more helpful for me if to compare apples to apples.
I can definitely do that for you if you'd like.
Consider that a bench request, please. I'd like to be able to look at the two and compare. That would be, I believe, I've marked it out. I can't read it. I think it's bench request 8.
Okay. So just to be clear, are you wanting just the one page, the page WLB R4 page 2? You want me to replicate that page for the settlement?
I'd like to see it in the same format as, I'd like to see Exhibit A page 1, right? Can I have it in the same format as WLB R4 page 2?
Okay, I can do that.
So I guess all you're going to do is add a column that gives me total bill increase.
Yeah,
and the corresponding percentage. So I guess you're going to add 2 columns.
That sounds right. Either 2 or 3 columns is how I'm picturing it in my head. So I have to add a column for the fuel and purchase power charges and the other RPS and EE charges. So I need a column for that. I'll need to add it up and then do the percentage. So I think it'll be 3 columns. But
okay, try to make the front as much as you can.
I will do my best.
Okay. I mean, obviously I can read, for example, if you look at page 2, print smaller, page 2 of Exhibit A.
Right.
You went to a smaller font.
Yes.
I mean, I can read it. But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that would be great. All right, Rate. Exhibit A. Step. Page 1. Great, thank you. All right, so do you know whether or not are you responsible for Exhibit B also?
I am.
Okay, so that gets us into section 19 of the stipulation, rate design and tariff issues.
Okay.
And section 19 of the stipulation, page 9 of the stipulation, says specific rate design for each customer class is addressed in the attached tariffs, which are incorporated into the settlement agreement as Exhibit B. Stipulated rate design is not associated with any specific methodology or approval or disapproval of any other issue regarding class cost of service or rate design raised in this case. Signatories arrived at the stipulated rate design through compromise of the various issues raised in this case without specifically accepting or rejecting, for the purposes of this stipulation, any rate making issue or principle. And then you have section A, which says SPS agrees to collaborate with interested parties and staff to develop an interruptible rate proposal and or demand response product that it may potentially present such proposals in the next filed rate case. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
Well, I think similar to what Ms. Crane said yesterday, it means essentially this is an issue that folks would like to talk about some more, but we ran out of time to finish it. So we need to continue talking with the parties to see what we can all come up with on interruptible rates and time of use rates.
Well, just wanted to check. I think, Mr. Berger, we met not too many months ago in case number 722-00155, which was SPS's proposal for a standby rate. Correct?
That's correct.
And if I could characterize, there had been some kind of similar proposal to discuss standby rates that didn't at first seem to have a whole lot of collaboration or discussion among the parties until after I issued a recommended decision in that case. And then there you were, and there was a stipulation in that case. Is that correct?
Well, I wasn't part of that case, as I think we discussed a couple months ago, until March. So I don't know about all the conversations that happened prior to that. What I do know is the parties worked really hard on it. Beginning in March, we all spent a lot of time on it. So I'm assuming
it got done.
I'm assuming that that's part of what gave folks comfort to try this again in this settlement here, that we did get it done. So let's see if we can confer on the next item.
Don't you think it might be better if we actually had some specifics in there to push back on, like one of the other items where well, I mean, in item 2, it does say at least under the TOU fuel and base rates, they got some teeth in their section. They're agreeing to 2 public workshops with an initial workshop to be held no later than 6 months after the issuance of the final order. And then there's more things, but I don't necessarily see those all related to paragraph A, or are they?
I don't believe they're related to paragraph A.
Okay, looks like to me that the procedure for paragraph B is more concrete, and we have under the professional rules of responsibility, we have sort of like the rules, and then we have what they call aspirational. Is paragraph A aspirational?
I don't believe it is. Yeah, SPS has interruptible tariffs in its Texas jurisdiction. Excel has other interruptible tariffs in its other jurisdictions. You know, we have examples to start from. So it seems like we can pull up some of those examples, and it gives us a very good starting point. So I don't know that we need as much definition as to where to start here. Whereas on time of use, we have very little to start with. So I think that's why the parties needed to at least say, okay, how do we start this? You know, I think that's how I read part B is, okay, how do we get started on time of use? Whereas I think on interruptible, we have a pretty good idea where to start.
Okay. I might have to pass if that case comes back and I have to do it twice again, like the standby rate. It interrupts my flow with other cases, Mr. Berger, like grid mod.
Yeah, we will endeavor to not do that to you again.
I appreciate that. I don't know why I had this tagged. I can't find my note. Oh. But I had page 5 of Exhibit C. And that, our settlement depreciation rates, right in the middle of them.
Right.
You're also responsible for Exhibit C.
I am not. That was, I think you talked to Mr. Moeller a bit about the depreciation rates.
Okay, so so all of Exhibit B are all of the tariff changes that would be implemented if the commission is to adopt the stipulation, correct?
That's correct.
I think now might be the appropriate time for a break, Mr. Lee. Are we ready? Is it break time?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir. I've got 3:15. Let's take a 10-minute break. I'll see if I have any more recess. And I'll see if I have any more questions for Mr. Berger. Thank you. We're recessed for 10 minutes. Okay, I believe.
Madam Hearing Examiner. This is Ryan Freeman from PRC Utility Division staff.
Hello there, Mr. Friedman.
Just wanted to give you a quick update. Mr. Bagacco had to leave for the remainder of the afternoon. He will be back on Monday, so if anything pertaining to PRC Utility Division staff, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Very well. I could find no more questions. Mr. Berger, so I thank you for your time.
And is Monday fine for the bench request? I apologize for interrupting you. It's Monday.
As soon as you can get it, is fine with me, Mr. Berger. If Monday is as soon as you can provide that, that'd be great.
Okay, I will get it done.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart? Oh, did you want to ask me something else, Mr.
No,
Berger?
I was just saying, have a good day. I apologize.
Oh, thank you. Well, hold on just a second. We have to see if your attorney thinks you need redirected here.
Oh, well, that is true.
Mr. Stewart, any redirect?
I'm not going to make Mr. Berger's day any longer other than to note that I had the hearing bench request as number 9 instead of number 8 that I think we discussed. So I believe number 8 was actually just filed a few minutes ago.
Okay.
So we will label it as bench request 9.
Okay, excellent. I appreciate that assistance because I've got that's the problem. I've got one that says one thing and one that says another. So. Perhaps if I ever got sent, maybe it's too late to send me to Excel school so I can make nice little notebooks with those kind of things. Very well. I am assuming then no cross-examination. Any or cross-examination, any redirect examination? Any cross questions based on my questions to Mr. Berger? Hearing none. Now it's goodbye, Mr. Berger, or until next time. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Have a good afternoon, and please exit the Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Or Miss Hardy, Mr. Moss, Miss Kane. I have looked over during the recess, and I only had one question for Mr. Meeks, and I think that I can resolve the answer to that question based on other witnesses' testimony that's been presented in the past 4 days. Therefore, since no party requested cross-examination time for Mr. Meeks, I will entertain stipulating Mr. Meeks' testimony into the record.
Thank you. And we can do that now if you'd like, or whenever you prefer.
Please.
Mr. Meeks' exhibits are labeled as SPS Exhibits 36, which is the direct testimony of KCS Meeks, Exhibit 37, the supplemental testimony of KCS Meeks, and Exhibit 38, the rebuttal testimony of KCS Meeks. And versions of those testimonies are the ones that were placed in the Dropbox.
Excuse me. Therefore, SPS is offering SPS Exhibit 36, Mr. Meeks' direct testimony filed in support of this case, and it meets the requirements to be stipulated in that it is complete, corrected, and has the witness verification. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
And you've already indicated that the version of SPS 636 that Mr. Meeks' direct testimony was placed into the Dropbox.
Yes.
Therefore, are there any objections to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 36, Mr. Meeks' direct testimony? Hearing none, SPS Exhibit 36 is admitted. SPS Exhibit 37 is Mr. Meeks' supplemental testimony. And there were no cross-examination questions for Mr. Meeks. Therefore, in order to waive his appearance, it has been asserted that Mr. Meeks' testimony was placed in the Dropbox, and Mr. Stewart, this testimony also complies with the requirements for stipulating into the record without appearance.
Yes.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 37? Hearing none, SPS Exhibit 37 is admitted. SPS Exhibit 38 is Mr. Meeks' rebuttal testimony as placed in the Dropbox, being offered as stipulated testimony. And does it also meet the requirements for stipulating testimony in without the appearance of the witness, Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 38? Hearing none, SPS Exhibit 38 is admitted. Mr. Stewart, anything further from SPS?
I do not think so. Yep, that we've covered all of our exhibits that were included on our exhibit list at this point.
Okay. Very well. Subject to any recall and subject to providing answers to the bench request responses, does SPS rest?
Your Honor, the only other issue I would raise is I think we discussed this at the pre-hearing conference, and that, you know, to the extent we need to call a witness for rebuttal after CCAE's case, you know, subject to that clarification, SPS does rest.
Okay, very well. Sounds like that we've gone through the presentation of all the witnesses for SPS and add the requested cross-examination and examination by the commission. In order to keep our hearing moving, I would suggest that we now begin with the presentation of our other stipulation witnesses. And according to the presentation of the witness order, that would begin with Occidental's witness, Ms. LaConte. unless there's some objection. Mr. McMillan? Is
No
your
objection from
witness
me, Your
ready?
Honor.
Okay, your wit.
Yeah, so she is, I believe, watching the YouTube and maybe in the lobby for the Zoom. Let me know if she's
Okay.
not, and I can make sure that she gets there promptly.
Okay. I do not see her in my participant list, but as soon as oh, there she is. I will admit. Ms. LaConte, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Welcome to the SPS rate case hearing.
Getting in the lobby. Okay. Good luck.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss LaConte, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McMillan.
Good afternoon, Ms. LaConte. Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Billy LaConte. I'm an associate at J. Pollock Incorporated.
Do you have a copy of OPL Exhibits 2 and 2A?
Can you identify those as, are those
yes,
my testimony?
Excuse me. The Exhibit 2 is the direct testimony of Billy LaConte, and 2A is the work papers to the direct testimony of Billy S. LaConte.
Yes, I do.
And was your testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Are there any corrections that you'd like to make to your direct testimony?
Yes, I would. I would like to note that in my direct testimony, I made a recommendation to adjust SPS's projected capital additions based on an analysis where I considered the projected capital additions for the base period and linkage period, and then compared that to the actuals. And in SPS's rebuttal testimony, they identified an error with my analysis, so I would not have the same answer to that.
And how would your response differ today?
My response would reduce the recommended reduction in capital additions from 9.7 million to 0 for that part of my testimony.
To 0 for that part of my testimony?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you say 9.7 to 0?
That's right.
Thank you.
Ms. LaConte, other than that correction, are your responses true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. McMillan, you're breaking up.
Yep.
If I were to ask you those questions again today, would your responses be the same with the exception of the question of the response that you just modified?
That's correct.
Your Honor, OPL offers OPL Exhibits 2 and 2A, the direct testimony and work papers of Billy LaConte.
Mr. McMillan, are OPL's Exhibits 2 and 2A the versions of Ms. LaConte's direct testimony and work papers that were offered into the Dropbox?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. LaConte, you had attachments to your testimony? No?
I had Appendix A and Appendix B.
And did you prepare those or were they prepared under your direction?
Yes. Appendix A provides my qualifications. Appendix B lists all of the jurisdictions where I've submitted testimony.
Okay. And you prepared those appendices?
Someone that I oversee prepared those for me.
Okay. And the specific correction that you're making to OPL Exhibit 2, is that actually located on page 11 at line 12 of your testimony?
No, I think that's located at page 8 of my testimony. There is a table on that page, and it shows the projected expense. It's table 1. It shows the projected expense and the actual expense, and the projected expense for transmission linkage is incorrect.
Okay, so I'm in table 1 and the transmission linkage number is incorrect?
Yes, ma'am.
And what should it be?
Well, actually, it's incorrect in that SPS provided the total year projected expense for transmission linkage, and the actual expense they provided was for 6 months. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. And I do not have the actual expense for the 12 months.
Okay, I thought you were correcting a 9.7 number and making it 0.
Yes, that's the impact of the adjustments I recommended. So I pointed out the difference in the projected expense and the actual expense, that the impact though on their projected capital additions would be 9.7 million based on my analysis. And so I'm setting that to 0 now because the analysis is incorrect.
Okay. I just didn't know if there was a page number that I needed to actually change. No.
The page number that I've identified is page 8 where the error is, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Is there any objection to OPL Exhibit 2, the direct testimony of Ms. LaConte as verified and corrected by her here today? Hearing no objection, SPS, OPL Exhibit 2 is admitted. OPL Exhibit 2A are the work papers for Ms. LaConte?
Yes, Your Honor.
And these documents were also prepared by you, Ms. LaConte, or are under your direction?
That's correct.
And are they subject to the same correction or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very well. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 2A, Ms. LaConte's work papers? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 2A is admitted. Mr. McMillan?
Ms. LaConte, do you have a copy of what's been marked as OPL Exhibit 3, which is the testimony and support contested stipulation of Billy LaConte?
I'm sorry, the testimony of, you're breaking up.
The testimony in support of contested stipulation of Billy S. LaConte?
Yes, I do have that.
Were there any attachments to that testimony?
No.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And are your responses true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, your responses would be the same?
Yes.
Your Honor, OPL offers OPL Exhibit 3.
And I'm sorry, Mr. McMillan, the version that you placed in the Dropbox is the version you're offering?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 3, Ms. LaConte's testimony in support of the contested stipulation? Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 3 is admitted. Mr. McMillan?
Your Honor, having entered Ms. LaConte's exhibits, we present her for cross.
I do not believe that anyone has scheduled any time for cross-examination for Ms. LaConte. However, I do have some examination questions for you, Ms. LaConte. Again, welcome. Generally, the position that OPL presented in its direct case could be characterized as significantly different with regard to the amount of the revenue requirement deficiency numbers, wasn't it?
I would say that the recommendation to the revenue deficiencies were less than what was identified in the stipulation, although I would caveat that with the cost of capital adjustments that were made, which were based on the FEA OPL witness, Mr. Garrett, were less than what was identified in the stipulation. And he would be able to answer the questions regarding that too.
Well, and I'm not even to the stipulation yet.
Okay.
I'm talking about the case as filed. And it looks like to me, if my chart is correct, that by the time SPS got to its second revision, they wanted a revenue increase of $75 million. But OPL recommended 4.8, didn't they?
Yes, I recommended a $4.8 million revenue.
So my question to you was, that's a pretty significant difference between what the utility proposed and what you recommended, isn't it?
It is, but I will say that I did not review every issue that was identified in SPS's case. So this is representative of what I reviewed in the case, and that is what my recommendation is on the issues I identified.
And you incorporate did you incorporate in the analysis any adjustments that that Mr. Pollock recommended based on his changes?
No, I did not.
Because he also had some recommendations with regard to what SPS had requested in its original application, didn't he?
His testimony addressed class cost of service study and rate design issues. And Mr. Garrett's addressed cost of capital.
Correct, but again, just as you did not agree with SPS in its original application, the other witnesses that that testified in this case. Also, for Occidental, we're in disagreement with issues, right?
Yes.
So, Ms. LaConte, how is it that when you look at the stipulation, and the agreement for a revenue increase of $33 million, how does that relate to the 14.8 that you recommended in your original testimony?
Well, it was a black box settlement and addressed several issues, and it reduced the revenue requirements significantly, which is acceptable to us.
Well, I know that in your stipulation testimony, you reference that you believe that the stipulation is a fair, just, and reasonable resolution to the revenue requirement issues that were raised. So I'm just wondering how more than twice what you actually recommended, you now think is fair, just, and reasonable.
Well, I would say that when I reviewed SPS testimony, I did not identify all of the issues. I was not able to address all of the issues where I would recommend a lower revenue requirement. So the revenue requirement that they presented in the stipulation is much lower. The adjustment is much lower than what I recommended, and therefore it is acceptable.
Did your client Occidental or OPL take service in the LGS-T category?
Yes.
And you've indicated on page 3 of your testimony in your table that's entitled Stipulation Class Revenue Allocation, that class is proposed to get an 8.49% base rate increase.
Yes.
In the original proposal or even the rebuttal proposal, the large general service transmission customer had a proposed higher increase?
I'm not aware of that. Actually, I think if you would like answers to that question, it would be better to ask my colleague, Mr. Pollock.
Okay, but it's in your testimony, right?
Yes. Yes, in my stipulation testimony, I identify the 8.49% increase, and we agree with that.
And Ms. LaConte, your testimony on page 4 talks about the banding.
I'm sorry, can you identify where that's mentioned in my testimony?
On page 4, lines 3 through 5.
Oh, okay, you're referring to the 1.5. Yes.
Hang on 1 second. I just want to check something. To look that up. It was my understanding from the testimony of Mr. Berger that the banding changed with the stipulation.
I'm not aware of that.
So you think the banding stayed between the 50 and 150?
Well, I can tell you that I've looked at the banding based on the approved rates, and they fall within, based on my analysis, from 0.54 to 1.44 based on of the average increase, system average increase.
Okay. I thought the testimony we just had that the banding was between 54 and 145, but your testimony says.
My testimony does say that, and it should have said 54 and 144.
Well, Lacey, I have a note that it went from 54 to 145, but your testimony says 50 to 150. So do you know what is your answer correct, the 50 to 150?
I think that's incorrect, ma'am, after looking at the proposed increases and comparing it to the system average. The banding is 0.54 to 1.44.
So Ms. LaConte, what other things that are included in the stipulation specifically relate to your client's position, excuse me, that makes you feel comfortable supporting the stipulation in this case?
Well,
And you
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you reference, you know, the black box 8.6 million. That you say that satisfies your concern about the revenue increase. You also say that you're comfortable with a 9.5 ROE and the stipulated 5.47 common equity ratio. But as I asked Ms. Crane yesterday, what things do you think you won here that are more foundational for your support in the case?
What do I want?
Well, what did you win? I mean, what do you feel good
what
about?
did we win? Well, I would say that we were satisfied with the proposed rate increase. We did a comparison of the proposed rate increases among the parties, and that the average of those is very similar to what was agreed to in the stipulation. We agreed with the reduction in the rate case expenses. There were several riders and deferrals that the company requested that they removed. We were satisfied with that.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, we agreed to, just out of, among the parties, we negotiated the 9.5% ROE, which we found was acceptable.
Did you also have any concern about litigation risk?
Can you expand on that? I'm not exactly sure what you're requesting.
Well, I heard yesterday from Attorney General Witness Crane that that when parties stipulate and negotiate, that they are, one of the things that they look at is sort of what's the chance that that I might lose on certain issues, or that I sort of the unknown with the new commission, and that there's sort of this litigation risk factor that parties think about. Was that a consideration for you?
Are you referring to the stipulation testimony, and that I thought there would be a litigation risk with that?
No, in stipulating, Ms. LaConte, as you know, is that a factor when you decide whether or not you want to settle a case, or you actually want to litigate it?
Well, yes, I would say that if we don't agree with the settlement provisions, then we would litigate it, but we agreed with them.
So, Ms. LaConte, if I look at the proposed base rate increases by customer class, which was attachment 4 to Mr. Berger's rebuttal testimony. And this is page 2 of 4. Do you have that?
I would have to pull that up. I'm sorry, what attachment did you say that was?
It is his rebuttal exhibit 4, page 2 of 4.
Is that attached to his rebuttal?
It is. I'm gonna try to get it here for us.
Is that attachment WLB-R7?
No, WLB-R4.
Okay.
So that should be SPS exhibit 75.
And what page are you referring to?
2 of 4.
2 of 4. Yes.
Okay.
I'm there.
All right. So when I was asking Mr. Berger a few minutes ago about this page, so it says proposed base rate increases by customer class. And so I think what I got from him about this page is that the very last column on the right-hand side was an increase that included the total bill, or i.e. fuel, and other things that might be on there. But that the second to last column was just the proposed increase on rate base. So you see those two, and
Yes.
I'm just in, and since the stipulation exhibit A, page 1 of 6, entitled Revenue Distribution of Settled Base Rate Increases by Customer Classes, it doesn't have this last column. So I've issued a bench request because I want that last column on
Okay.
exhibit A. Okay.
Okay.
But for purposes of our discussion, I want to compare this column right here. Okay. So
the base rate increase?
The base rate increase, and this is for the rebuttal case, right?
Okay.
So if you look at that and you go to Occidental Large General Service Transmission, there was a proposed 21.75% base rate increase as of the rebuttal case, right?
Yes.
But, okay, so let's just remember that. Okay. That was 21.75. And the overall was going to be 15.89. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So now let's look at okay, so now we're looking at the stipulation. And we're going to go to Exhibit A, page 1 of 6, right?
Yes.
Revenue distribution, settled base rate income. Okay, so now here's our same number, customer class, base rate increase percentage, right? So
Yes.
now we go here to the same class of customers, large general service transmission customer, 8.49. So basically then, from a percentage perspective, going from 21.75% of the revenue increase allocated to you to 8.49, that's a pretty substantial decrease, isn't it?
It is. It is, but it's reflective of the substantial decrease in the revenue requirement as well.
Sure. I mean, this is based on the 33. The other was based on a 75, right?
I think it was 78. But
well, I'm looking at it, and it's 75, 367,912 was
Okay.
their settled. They started out at 77, and then by the rebuttal case, it was 75.
Okay.
And change. So, okay. And then the total was 6.96. So, I mean, the 33 is less than half of the 75. But going from 21.75 to 8.49 is also less than half, right?
Yes.
To the 8.49. So would you say that having the revenue allocation of the 8.49 was a major reason for Occidental to support the stipulation?
Yes, that was a factor that we looked at. We looked at the system average increase and what was proposed for Occidental. And it was about 1.22 times the system average increase. And we agreed with that. We thought that was good for our client.
Okay. Very well. I believe that's the questions that I had for you, Ms. LaConte. Based upon my review, I thank you. Mr. McMillan, do you have any redirect for your witness?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Very well. Anyone have any questions based upon my questions for Ms. LaConte? Hearing no questions, thank you very much. You're excused. Hope you have a nice afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Mr. McMillan, do you have another witness or?
So, Your Honor, we have Mr. Pollock. I don't know if you have questions for him. He did not file testimony in support of the stipulation, but did file direct testimony.
He did file direct testimony, and I don't believe that I have any further questions. I understand Mr. Pollock's testimony. I also understand that concessions were made, and that Ms. LaConte was the witness that OPL chose to represent it in the stipulation. So there was no cross-examination time reserved for Mr. Pollock, and we can stipulate Mr. Pollock's testimony into the record if there are no objections. And hearing none, we can go ahead and do that, Mr. McMillan.
Your Honor, I can certify that OPL Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Jeff Pollock, and OPL Exhibit 1A, the work papers to the direct testimony of Jeff Pollock, qualify to be stipulated in, and that the copies that are on the Dropbox are the true and correct copies of his testimony.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 1, Mr. Pollock's direct testimony filed in the Dropbox and as verified by Mr. McMillan as meeting the requirements to be stipulated into the record by the parties without the necessity of Mr. Pollock having to appear here today, and that the version was placed in the Dropbox. Hearing no objection, OPL Exhibit 1 is admitted.
And
OPL
1A, oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're doing them one at a time.
I am. OPL Exhibit 1A is being represented as Mr. Pollock's work papers in support of his testimony. And it's also been verified that this document meets the requirements to be stipulated in without the appearance of Mr. Pollock, and that the conforming copy has been placed in the Dropbox. Any objection to what's been identified as OPL Exhibit 1A? Hearing none, OPL Exhibit 1A is admitted. Mr. McMillan, anything further at this time from OPL?
Your Honor, by agreement, NMLCG is going to present our joint witness, Mr. Garrett, so OPL has nothing further independent of that.
Very well. I believe at this point, it might be a good time, since I think we've had 4 very productive days, to discuss anything procedural and to begin the testimony on Monday. I do not have any questions for Dr. Gigax. Therefore, unless I'm given a different information and would actually need to change that when we resume our hearing at 11 on Monday, I would be willing to accept Mr. Gedko having you stipulate in Dr. Gigax's testimony.
That sounds good. It sounds like it should still let him know that there's a chance, given what the commissioner's wishes are.
I understand Dr. Gigax's testimony, and yeah, again, subject to any type of review again, as with all these witnesses, I'm going to look, and I may request a clarification from SPS regarding that banding issue, because I don't want that to remain in the record if and I couldn't find a reference really quickly that I was looking for. So I don't know if any of the parties can direct me. It was hard for me to go back and look at Mr. Berger's testimony while I was asking Ms. LaConte questions. But based upon my notation and questions to Mr. Berger, I had that the banding had changed from 5150 to 54,145, but I can't find the specific testimony reference to that.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, I saw you lean sideways there, Mr. Stewart. Do you have it?
Well, I don't have the testimony reference, but it is shown on Exhibit A to the stipulation at page 1 of 6.
It may be shown there, and that's what I went over with the witness. Oh, I see what you're telling me. If you look in column 2 under settled customer revenue distribution, no, that's why I had little brackets on that. Okay. Very well. Thank you. I will then look for any testimonial reference that I hope is that y'all have included in that testimony in support of the stipulation that actually gives me a rather than just the Exhibit A page 1 reference. Perhaps no party cited that. I'll have to look for it. Okay, so where we are for next week, again, we're going to start at 11. Don't forget 11 o'clock on Monday, and we would start with having the testimony of Dr. Gigax stipulated in. We would next, for sure, I can tell you, I have questions for Mr. Gorman. So if possible, I would like LES FEA to present Mr. Gorman. I can notify you now if I think I already did, but I have no questions for Mr. Andrews. And I will review. I do not believe I have any questions for Mr. Walters. So subject, pardon me?
I'm wondering if you would like Mr. Walters to be available on Monday, just in case you have questions.
That you may do that. Like you say, at this point, I can tell you definitely that Mr. Andrews would be waived.
Okay.
I believe Mr. Walters will be waived, but I'd like to do a second review. But I know I have questions for Mr. Gorman, so that we have a witness ready and available.
Gotcha.
If we're waiving Dr. Gigax, I'd like to hear from Mr. Gorman. I think I indicated yesterday that that I don't have questions for Mr. Bieber and would entertain waiving his testimony. I still need to review Mr. Higgins, and I know I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Garrett.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Who's speaking?
This is Austin Jensen on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group, if I may, Madam Hearing
Yes,
Examiner.
sir. Yes, sir.
Regarding Mr. Garrett, his wife actually just got an appointment to be induced. He's expecting a second child. And that's scheduled for Tuesday. So he's requesting a date certain on Monday. I'm hopeful to get there, but to the extent we need to move witnesses around, and he would certainly appreciate going on Monday.
Okay, I have no problem hearing from Mr. Garrett on Monday. And like I say, I have some questions for Mr. Gorman and possibly not for Mr. Walters. So I think that we will definitely move him to the head of the queue after Mr. Gorman.
Wonderful, thank you.
And then I think I announced, I don't believe that we've at this time, the only other witness I don't believe Mr. Friedman. I have questions for staff witness Velasquez. And Ms. Lynch, I do not have questions for CCA witness Batts. And I'm considering waiving both appearance for both of those witnesses. And I will give people updated information as soon as I have it regarding the witnesses should any of this change. Does anybody else need to tell me? My hope, quite frankly, depending on the questions that I have and the issues that come up, my hope is that perhaps we will be able to conclude our evidentiary hearings by the end of Wednesday. Right now, we, we have witnesses for Monday and Tuesday, and we have Dr. Woolrich at 9 o'clock for Wednesday morning.
Do you have
That's right, Mr. Gedko, isn't it? That's when he's available. Mr. Gedko.
Yeah, I had a hard time getting to the unmute. Sorry. That is absolutely correct.
Okay. All right. And I've informed the commissioners that that's when Dr. Woolrich is available. Okay. Ms. Lynch.
Does that mean Mr. Long will be heard on Wednesday after Woolrich, or should I inform him that he will be heard on Tuesday?
Well, either or. I would say either or. But is he the one that's on the East Coast that has to be done by? Who was that?
I think he's back next week in New Mexico. So there won't be any issue there with the time zone, but I know that he has a full-time job. And
as far as we'll know better, but hard to say, Ms. Lynch. I would presume at this point Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon.
Okay, I appreciate
it might be better.
Guidance.
Depending since we're I don't know, that's my best guesstimate. And I'm not a betting person, so I'm not good at odds making.
Okay.
Okay.
I can inform him. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? We've still got some bench requests. I see some bench requests. Things have come in. I will try to consolidate all my pieces of paper to come up with the commission exhibits. I can tell you right now, the purported exhibit one that I put, the commission exhibit one that I put in the Dropbox is not going to be offered. So I don't want it to be really confusing. So I may just leave the numbers for the ones that are in there the same. So that we're all on the same page. But just wanted to let you know that what I've identified as Commission Exhibit 1 is not going to be offered. Okay. Anything we need to talk about before we recess this afternoon? Mr. Lee, is there anything we need to do or not do?
No, ma'am.
That we're doing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll try to practice reading more slowly. And thank you all. Like you say, I think we've been productive. Hopefully we've been as efficient as we can be. And I wish you all a good evening. And we are recessed until 11 a.m. On Monday. Thank you very much.